Hello, everybody. Welcome to election night coverage with the GD Report. I am D,
And I'm G.
and we are hopefully live coming to you via the inner tubes from the great states of Colorado and Oklahoma. G man, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. Had a great day today, out in the sunshine most of the day, hanging out. And yeah, it was awesome.
Fantastic. Yeah, it was a beautiful day here as well. Great day to vote. I didn't see, and somebody will jump on and jump all over me, I know, but I didn't see anywhere that had really bad weather today that I saw across the country, any weather coverage of any kind. So
Yeah.
it looked like it was a good day for everyone that wanted to do in-person voting. Of course, we know with the percentages, a ton of people voted ahead of time and did early voting either by absentee mail drop off or early voting in person. So when did you get your ballot in?
We got ours in about 2 weeks ago.
Did you drop it or did you mail it with?
We always drop.
I didn't know if you trusted General DeJoy with your ballot this year.
What now?
I didn't know if you trusted General DeJoy. What is his name?
Right.
DeJoy?
No, I sure did not. So, but to be fair, we've hardly ever mailed ours.
Okay. So you're a bipartisan dropper offer.
Yes, that is
Okay,
true.
good. We actually voted in person today.
Oh, that's all. How was that?
It was fantastic. It was about I would say maybe a 30-minute wait. It wasn't too bad.
Right.
But you know what's funny is the town I live in is about 100,000 people or so. And I guarantee you we have more polling places than Atlanta or Houston or Dallas do.
Right.
Because I could hit, I'm not very good at golf, but I could hit a golf ball down Kelly Avenue and get pretty close to 2 or 3 polling stations.
Right.
So it's election night. We've got early return, so it's kind of hard to make any prognosis yet. But anything standing out to you so far?
Well, I tell you, the early numbers in Florida are kind of interesting to look at. So, with 79% of the estimated vote counted, which means we should get all of Florida counted tonight, Biden has a 49.9% lead, and Trump has a 49.3% lead. So, and Libertarian candidate Jorgensen has a 0.6% of the vote. So
Yeah.
it may be that Jorgensen is the outlier that takes Trump down in Florida.
Yeah, very well. When the elections are that close, that's when the third and fourth parties sometimes can play some havoc with it. Yeah, it's interesting to me where Biden is there in Florida. It looks like it's tightened up a little bit now. Some numbers I'm seeing,
Yep.
49.6 to 49.5, but we'll see. There's a couple of counties that which you know part of it is where the vote hasn't come in yet.
Right.
And so I do know it looks like Trump is overperforming in Miami-Dade, which is good news for him. And it looks like some inroads possibly with the Latino community, especially the Cuban community.
Right.
However, there are some of the more rural counties that it looks like Trump is underperforming with white voters.
Right.
So that'll be an interesting one. And like you said, I'm pretty impressed with all the trouble we had 20 years ago with hanging chads in Florida. That seems like they've kind of got their stuff together in Florida as far as the vote goes and able to process all those early votes. I think that was one of the states where weren't they allowed to open the ballots ahead of time and get them ready, if not process them?
Yeah, I think so. And people don't realize what a big effort it is to count these votes. I mean, you know, you've got 9 million or so already in Florida, maybe closer to 10 million votes. You know, that's a tremendous undertaking to count those. And
Right.
if you can count them early, which is what they do in Colorado, they're allowed to count them early here, but they don't release any results. Now, they will release whether you voted or not, which the sooner you get your ballot in, the sooner you get off the mailing lists and
Right.
You don't get inundated with the robocalls.
I didn't think Oklahoma had the mailing list the same way, but but apparently we do, because I was getting, like I said, I waited till election day to vote, and I was getting a lot of mail about that I hadn't voted yet. So apparently
Right.
we do have it. All right, so we've got a few calls already. Indiana's been called for, I believe Indiana's been called for Trump.
Well, I'm watching USA Today, and they still have it in the undecided category. But
NBC is called Indiana.
yeah,
Let's see, Vermont's been called for Biden.
right.
West Virginia's been called for Trump, I believe.
Yes, West Virginia and Kentucky both.
Yeah. So we'll see on the Kentucky race. We'll see. We were talking before we started about some split ticketing. We'll see if there's any split ticketing there, as far as maybe people that voted for President Trump for re-election but did not vote for Mitch McConnell.
Right.
Georgia, still too early to call. Sounds like there's some issues with counting ballots in Atlanta, which I'm a little nervous about that. Just because of the standpoint that they said there was a water leak, and there can be things like that happen on election night that are innocent, but just with the history of things recently, it sure doesn't give you a whole lot of confidence that it is innocent.
Right. So right now, with the states that have been called, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia for Trump, Virginia, and Vermont for Biden, the current electoral map stands at 24 for Trump, 16 for Biden.
Very good. Well, a lot of states to come. We're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour in the East, and I believe there's some states closing at 8.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. We touched on this one of the last couple of podcasts. I think it's. Do you feel like there's going to be enhanced impotence to get election reform passed after this year?
Well, I would sure hope so. The problem that we have, as we've talked about before, is you've got these states that don't, they're their own entities and they don't want to change. So,
right.
Like Colorado, I think, was at the forefront of mail-in ballots. I think actually Oregon might have been the very first state that did that. But, you take a look at Texas, and they just seem to be doing everything they can to limit who can vote, and they want to make it harder and harder and harder to vote, which, in a democracy, you should be, no matter which side you're on, you should be doing everything you can to ensure that everybody that wants to gets to vote.
Yeah. Yeah. I've even talked in the past about how I feel like that there should be a tax credit for voting to try to require people to vote.
Right.
But give them an option to put none of the above too.
Right.
But to me, it's insane that some of the systems are so archaic, like we've talked about with, you try to mail in an absentee ballot in some states, and it has to be notarized. It has to be put in a privacy envelope. And if any step is not followed to a T, the ballot's automatically thrown out.
Right.
Yeah, I would like to see uniform voting across the entire country.
Yeah, but Congress can't mandate that. What they can do, which is what they've done in the past, is they can send money to the states with the caveat that you have to use this money to upgrade to this system or to go to this type of balloting, and then that would, hopefully get the states to do it.
Yeah, I would like to just see an independent election commission put together that proposes those reforms and keeps it out. Election shouldn't be controlled by a party structure.
Yeah, I agree with that. I tell you, Georgia's going to be an interesting state to watch as we go through the night. Here's some interesting numbers that are just coming in. North Carolina, Trump has a 72 to 23 vote percent lead with just 1% of the vote reporting. In Georgia, with 10% in, Biden has a 50.8 to hang on a second. Come on, let me see it. 50.8 to 48.2 with 10% of the vote reporting in Georgia. So Biden is leading there. With 28% in, it's 60.7 to 30.2 in Ohio for Biden.
Till we get up to 50%, I'm not going to pay attention to many of these numbers.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah, it's fun to look at it, but it's definitely getting spicy. I think if you would have told me that a year ago that Florida, I mean, I know Florida's always kind of in play, but it's been skewing so far to the right recently.
Right.
That it's almost been starting everywhere in the Republican column. We're about 3 seconds away from getting some calls, I think. Because
right. Well, USA Today just called Alabama and Mississippi for Trump. No big shock there, though.
Yeah, I think you're going to see. I think Massachusetts is in there too.
Maryland is. They just called Maryland for Biden, and Connecticut for Biden.
New Jersey, the NBC just called New Jersey for Biden, and Massachusetts as well. Yeah, as we say, where I come from, Massachusetts.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much everything's fallen in place that we knew was going to happen. Hey, Oklahoma's been projected for Donald J. Trump.
There's a big shock.
Delaware and DC have both been projected for Biden.
Right. So that, with all the latest updates, Trump now has a 59 to 48 electoral college lead over Biden. And we still haven't got Florida. I guess Trump has taken the lead in Florida 49.7 to 49.5 with
81, how many votes?
81%. And Jorgensen's holding steady at that 0.6%.
Well, we saw the effect Gary Johnson had in 2016. So,
right,
you get a razor thin election like that.
Yep. In Georgia, Biden has a 3-point lead, 51 to 48 over Trump, with 10% of the vote reporting. There's some Texas numbers in. This looks interesting. With 16% of the vote in, Biden leads Trump 53.8 to 44.9. Now that's about 2 million votes in out of the. Let me just check my numbers here before I. Texas has almost 17 million registered voters. So 2 million of the 17 have voted. That's about 16%. So we'll keep our eye on that and see if Biden holds on to Texas.
That's a game ender.
That Florida or Texas, I think, is a game ender. Or if he runs the 3 states in the north, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, Florida or Texas end it. But I mean, if he picks off Georgia and North Carolina too, that ends it as well. So
Right,
there's a lot of paths to victory for Biden.
right. Only 1% of the vote is in North Carolina, and currently there are Trump is leading 67.3 to 30.3. But like we said, it's early. Only 1% of the vote is counted, and most likely that's from the rural side of the state. So we'll see what happens when you get into the votes from Asheville and Charlotte, even
Raleigh.
Raleigh. So have
There's
you?
some interesting
Go ahead.
interesting votes coming in, and still early, but in Ohio, there's some. It looks like Biden's really overperforming in some of the Democratic counties.
Right. Yeah. So with 31% of that vote counted, Biden leads 59.6 to 39.3 over Trump. And we should note that no president, no Republican president in modern history has won the presidency without carrying Ohio.
Right.
That doesn't mean it can't be done, but it just hasn't. So,
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of firsts. I think I mean, it says a lot that New Jersey just got called for Biden too, if we hadn't said that. It says a lot that the one of the last stops Biden did yesterday was in Ohio.
oh, right. Yeah, exactly. Trying to make sure I've got everybody up to date. Illinois just got called for Biden. That's 20 electoral votes. That puts him in the lead, 68 to 59 over Trump.
Looks like New York Times is reporting that Mitch McConnell wins re-election in Kentucky.
Right. Well, we knew that was
Most
gonna be
likely
the
going to
case. Yeah. I mean, Amy McGrath was a decent candidate, but you need a superstar. They're not going to take that seat until Mitch McConnell dies or Ashley Judd decides to run against him.
Yeah, even then, I mean, Kentucky tends to vote against their own interests quite a bit. So,
Right.
hey, the way Mitch's hands have been looking lately, I don't know. Did you see his hands? Those photos of his hands?
I did not. So fill me in.
You should Google it. But there's been pictures of his hands all over the internet during the Amy Coney Barrett hearings. I call her Bryant. I don't know why. Barrett. I think I'm thinking Kobe Bryant when I say Coney Bryant.
Right.
But Coney Barrett hearings, and his hands were all bruised up and looked like swollen, looked like he'd been in the hospital. And they asked him about it. He said, "Oh, nothing's wrong." And it's like I don't know if I go that far, dude. Duval County in Florida, 92% in. Biden 51.3 to Trump 47. Trump won that district with 49% last time.
Wow, that's a big turn. Fox
Jeanne
News predicts.
Shaheen, no surprise there.
Do I now? Sorry.
What's Fox predicting?
They predict.
No, I was just say there's a couple of Democratic calls in the Senate.
Yeah, I was going to say they predict. Hang on, let it come back up here. Of course, they gave Mark Warner in Virginia. They project he's going to be the winner. There's no results in the Doug Jones, Tommy Tuberville race in Alabama yet. Dick Durbin, they present he'll keep his seat in Illinois. That's no big surprise. They predict Markey's going to win in Massachusetts with 0% in.
Yeah, I mean, some of that. I think it's the same way with Inhofe, and the Oklahomans called it for Inhofe in Oklahoma, and it's the same way. Right. I don't think there's a vote in yet.
With 5% in, Jamie Harrison is down 48.5 to 50.4 in South Carolina.
I mean, it's a pretty big. I think Harrison will pull it out. I think it's going to be a nail biter. But to me, it's a pretty big statement, the fact that Trump has already won that state by quite a bit. And so obviously you had a lot of people who chose to vote for Trump and then voted for Harrison.
Right. USA Today just gave South Carolina to Trump. Again, no
Yeah.
big shock there, but we'll see if he's got enough coattails to carry Lindsey Graham to victory.
Or bootstrings.
Right. They haven't called it yet, but with 4% of the vote in New Hampshire, Biden is leading 61.9 to 36.4 for Trump. Now, New Hampshire is a state that splits its electoral votes. So we'll have to keep a watch on that and see if Trump gets any of those. And that's 4 electoral votes that are up for grabs in New Hampshire. I'm surprised that we don't have any Maine results in yet.
Yeah, they called it too close to call. But you know, the other thing they've got is they've got the ranked runoff there.
Oh, right.
Dallas County, 81% in, Biden 66%, Trump 32. Last time it was Clinton 61, Trump 35.
Oh, wow. That's kind of shocking, because when I grew up in Dallas, of course it was Democratic then, but all those Democrats have now turned Republican, and for a long time there, Dallas was a Republican stronghold.
Yeah. Of course, it's a different Republican Party today.
Yep, absolutely. The latest in Florida, with 85% of the votes counted, it's 49.6 to 49.4 Trump. So Trump still holds his lead in Florida, and he really needs to hold that state if he wants to keep the presidency.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he loses that, it's over.
Yeah, that in Texas, they're 2 game changers, that's for sure. Have you has anything surprised you so far in the night?
You know, we're not seeing 83% in Harris County. This is not necessarily a surprise, but Biden's at 56% to Trump 42, Harris County in Texas. I think Biden's strength in Texas is a little bit surprising to me.
Right.
I mean, I've heard, we've been hearing talk about it for the last 2 weeks, but you know, it's Texas is like Lucy with Charlie Brown and the football.
Right.
With the Democrats, it's like, here you go, and then whoop.
Right. So Jorgensen, the Libertarian candidate, currently has 1.1% of the vote with 30,320 votes. We'll have to see how many votes she gets, because you know, there's a lot of people in Texas that would think about casting a vote for a Libertarian candidate. And so currently we've got about 3 million of the 17 million votes, registered voters, got about 3 million of the votes cast, and that's 22% estimated voter count. And Biden is leading 51.4 to 47.3 in Texas. So yeah, we're definitely going to keep an eye on that and see how it goes. Michigan, go ahead.
Michigan started to come in, is that what you said?
Yeah, there's 1% of the vote in. Biden is leading 71.2 to 27.7 for Trump. So if that holds, if Michigan holds for Biden, that could be the first chink in the armor for Trump going down to defeat.
Where's Williamson County in Texas? Is that north of Austin?
Yeah.
Holy smokes, 95% in. Biden's at 50.6%, Trump at 47.4. Trump won that county last time by 10 points, 52-42.
Yeah, so I think what we're starting to see is some of these predictions about the blue wave might actually be starting to come true. So,
And you got to figure there's a lot of congressional elections involved with this too.
yeah.
So like in Williamson County, he's got an 8,200 vote lead. There's estimated 5,400 votes leading. So he's probably going to win that county.
Right. Well, and it sounds like he's going to win Harris and Dallas County too.
We don't have any numbers yet from San Antonio, Bexar County, but that's typically a pretty strong performer.
Right.
Yeah, I would say so far the biggest surprise to me is Texas and the performance there.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I don't think this will happen, but if that whole midsection of the country, from North Dakota down to Texas, if Kansas and North Dakota and South Dakota go for Biden, that would leave Oklahoma as the only red in that sea of blue. But like I said, I don't
think South Dakota is going to go for Biden. Maybe Iowa.
Yeah, I don't think South Dakota or North Dakota are going to go for Biden.
In the smaller rural parts of the state that offset some of these gains. Suggest that what we thought heading in today is that Texas is going to be close. And what we're seeing in Florida is Trump overperforming in Miami-Dade. Now, I haven't gone precinct by precinct. I'm eager to do that. And the question is, that could be unique to Florida. And some of the gains we're seeing in Ohio, in some of the Florida counties, certainly in Texas counties, like in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, would suggest that when we get into the Philadelphia suburbs, the Madison suburbs, certainly Macomb County, some of those trends may continue. So Texas looks like it could be quite close. But again, it's a fascinating night because we get all this vote dumped early.
Yeah, so a good point David Plouffe was just making on NBC is that, we're getting a lot of early vote dump that is the early voting. Those numbers that are dumping early. And then we're ending up with ending up with same day vote coming in later, so which is tending to favor Trump and Republican.
Right. Yeah, well, we'll have to see. So, I can imagine that not everybody who voted on election day voted for Trump. So
no, it's not 100%, but it's skewing his way.
Right.
We got more polls closing in about 13 minutes.
Right.
So what are you looking for? The next set of results? You want to finish, see if Florida, see how it comes in?
Yeah. Well, here's something for you. I'm going to read the vote totals. Pennsylvania, 3% of the estimated votes reported, 174,972 for Joe Biden, 34,439 for Trump. That's an 82.8 to 16.3 lead currently. Now that's with only 3% of the vote. So we'll have to watch and see how that tightens up. But if what I've been hearing in the last couple of days holds true, Pennsylvania is going to go for Biden in big numbers.
Yeah, it's interesting to me how good the numbers are how good the information's getting. As far as I can remember, election nights when the numbers would come in, and it would take a while to verify where the numbers had come from.
Right.
Like which precinct or not precinct, but which county. And and then you'd try to figure out which counties were still outstanding. I remember the old days. I worked on a state House of Representatives race, and we actually drove precinct to precinct because they posted the numbers at the voting place.
Right.
And we either call them, and in those days I didn't have a cell phone, so I'd have to go get the numbers, write them down, drive them back to campaign headquarters.
Right. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. It goes there. I'm trying to figure out the New York Times has 85 electoral votes for Biden and 55 for Trump. And I'm trying to figure out where that is coming from.
I think different places wait to call different states. I think they called like Virginia and.
Right. I've got the same states clicked off that they have, but I've only got Biden 68. I've got it tied 68-68.
You have Alabama and Mississippi.
Yeah. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, because they only have Trump with 55. I think somehow their electoral math is off for the New York Times.
Yeah, HuffPost is the same way. I don't think they hadn't called Indiana, and I believe the other ones have called Indiana.
Oh yeah, you're probably right there. But with about 30% of the vote counted, Trump's got a 58.9 to 39.2 lead. I don't see that reversing in Indiana.
No, Indiana's going to go. It's Mike Pence's home state.
Right.
Tends to go Republican in the presidential. Although I think 2008, Obama might have won Indiana by like a small margin.
I'm checking on that right now.
I was too. We'll see who can get there first.
Indiana was won by Democratic nominee Barack Obama by 28,391 votes, a 1.03 margin of victory. It was kind of a surprise because most people had it leaning John McCain or as a slight toss-up. It was the first time a Democratic nominee had won Indiana since Lyndon Johnson in 1964.
Yeah. I think there was some, I think what's going to be interesting, even if Trump wins it like we think he will, is looking at some of those suburbs around Indianapolis, because you'll get a pretty good comparison to some of the Ohio voters, some of the Michigan, Wisconsin voters, some similar demographics in those types of counties, and might give us a good bellwether of what's going to happen. So if Trump carries the state based on a rural vote, but Biden's extra strong in those suburbs, then we may see, in some areas that have a lot more suburbs and less rural, you start looking at a statewide population like a Michigan or a Wisconsin or Ohio and Pennsylvania. That can give us a good bellwether for that.
Right. Yeah. So we should be getting some more results here in just a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I think that's coming up in about 8 minutes.
There's some numbers in for Missouri. With less than 1% of the votes, the estimated votes reported, Trump leads in Missouri 64.3 to 34.6. That's with just over 1,000 votes counted. In Kansas, with 20% of the estimated votes reported, Joe Biden leads Trump 57 to 41.3. That's some interesting numbers there.
What's the percentage reporting?
20%.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I'd be interested to know if the numbers were coming from the suburbs of Kansas City or where.
Right.
We talked about Kansas. I mean, last on some of the podcasts, they've got some Democratic and some populist streaks, and wouldn't surprise me at all if we don't see a senatorial win there if Biden can't pull it out presidentially.
Right. Yeah, it would be good for the Democrats if Biden had some decent coattails.
Yeah. I am looking at Congressional District 5 in Oklahoma, where I live. Representative Kendra Horn up for reelection, and she has got up against State Senator Stephanie Bice, and we get very little numbers in so far, which is funny because that's the most competitive race in Oklahoma.
Right.
So Bice is up right now 1,159 to 880, which is basically 0% reporting. It's just the numbers from Seminole County, and we don't have any numbers from Pottawatomie or Oklahoma County. There's a big debate going on right now in Oklahoma whether Biden can pull out Oklahoma County because a Democrat hasn't won a county in Oklahoma in a long time in a presidential election.
Right.
I think Clinton might have won a couple of counties the first time, but not the second. Biden looks like he's really overperforming in North Carolina.
Right. I haven't seen any numbers out of there in a while.
Mecklenburg County, he's 68.7%. And last time Clinton got 63%. There's 84% of the vote in. Statewide, he's up by like
54.1 to 44.8 with 60% of the vote counted. I tell you, if Trump loses North Carolina and Georgia, that's gonna be a long night. Make it a long night for Mr. Trump.
Yeah, I mean, there's just, I mean, as we talked about before, there's a lot of different paths for Biden to get to where he needs to be, but Trump's he's that college football team that's in the fourth quarter that's he's got to get everything to go right. He's got to recover 2 onside kicks and make both 2-point conversions after touchdowns in order to tie.
Right.
You get yourself in this kind of spot, it's tough to run the table.
Yep. Just flipped on CBS to see what they've got going on. They're still talking about Vermont.
Come on, CBS. The GD report's ahead of you.
Right.
I mean, I love Vermont. Vermont's one of my favorite states in the union. It really is. But come on, everybody knew. I mean, the Republican governor of Vermont came out today and said he voted for Biden. So I don't think you have to spend a whole lot of time on Vermont coverage. NBC's reporting some ballots being delivered in Mecklenburg County just now in North Carolina. I don't even know what this even means. I don't want to read too much into it, but I did find it. Did you not find it the least bit interesting that they were able to make such a quick call on Alabama for presidential, but not on the Senate?
Yeah, I tell you, you and I have talked about this, and Doug Jones is a good campaigner, and Tuberville just, he he's just a nut job. That's the only way you can call it.
Well,
And I think
yeah.
those he can what?
Well, I was just gonna say, by all rights, everything I've seen about Tuber, he wouldn't debate Doug Jones. He just didn't seem like he really even wanted to campaign. Like he basically sat back and said, "I'm gonna let the Trump campaign take care of this."
Right.
You know, and you got to think that deep down inside there might have been some remorseful ticket splitters who said, "I'm going to vote for Trump for president, but I cannot, in good conscience, vote for this guy. It doesn't seem like he even wants the job."
Right. Just looking. Uh, 49% of the vote is in Ohio. Biden has a 56.2 to 42.6 lead over Trump.
What was it say that the 56 to 42?
Yep, 56.2 to 42.6.
You wonder how much of that is early versus.
Right. Still, that's almost half the vote.
True.
49%. Biden's got about a 400,000 lead in that state right now. Jorgensen, the Libertarian candidate, has 0.9% in that state. So I think if what we're seeing right now holds true and Trump doesn't win re-election, just like Ross Perot for George Bush, he can George H.W. Bush, he can look to Jorgensen and blame her for his you know.
Yeah,
Now it's not that big a margin in Ohio right now, but I bet you when it's all over, you know, you could look at her as the spoiler.
well, yeah, I think. Well, I mean, you had Gary Johnson and Jill Stein in 2016 too. Don't forget them.
Right.
Don't forget your old friend Ralph Nader in 2000.
Right.
So, I mean, there's always the debate about who do they siphon candidates off, voters off of. Is it really siphoning off Trump? Is it siphoning off Biden? Is it somebody that says, I wasn't going to vote for either one of them anyway. I just showed up because I saw that there was a third party for me to vote for. So there's debate either way. The bottom line is you didn't win those voters.
Right. CBS News is reporting with 20% in that in Georgia, that Biden is up 53.4 to 46.6. See if I can get some different numbers somewhere. So
Still don't have any Oklahoma County votes in CD5.
Right. According to USA Today, with 19% of the vote counted, Trump is leading in Georgia, 56.9 to 42.1. So I wonder if there was a mental moment at CBS and they've got the wrong totals under the wrong person.
No telling.
Yeah. Rhode Island.
White House press secretary earlier from today, Kayleigh McEnany, campaign believes Trump will win by a landslide.
Yeah, I saw that. Just like our guest Dahlia predicted.
I'm not seeing a landslide.
Not yet.
Woo, Tarrant County. You know Tarrant County well, don't you?
I do. Haven't worked in there or haven't worked in Tarrant County for about 5 years.
80% of the vote in, Trump is leading by 732 votes.
Whoa,
49.4 to 49.2.
that's amazing. Yeah, that's some crazy numbers right there.
Bear County, 88% in, which is San Antonio. Biden up 59% to 39%.
This may be a blue wave.
He's outperforming Clinton by 5 points, and over 80,000 more votes than her last time. You know, deep down, I was rooting for Mitch McConnell to win re-election. Don't you know that?
Right.
Actually, I hate it for Amy McGrath.
Yeah. She did run a good campaign.
Holy cow! I don't know what percentages we're at. I don't know what percentages we're at, but Kendra Horn annihilated our sitting Democrat, annihilated Stephanie Bice in Oklahoma County so far.
Right.
61,000 votes to 34,000 votes.
Wow. That's 90,000 votes. How many are in that county?
I don't know. We got. I mean,
I didn't know there were.
Our local newspaper's website is using USA Today's election 2020 platform, and it's got votes up, but it's got 0% reporting. So you can't have that many votes and be 0% reporting.
Right. I didn't
Harris
know there
County, 82% in Texas, 56.1% for Biden, 42.7% for Trump.
Wow. Colorado's going to close here in about 24 minutes.
Any predictions for us there? Don't you guys have some ballot initiatives?
Yeah, we had a ton of stuff. The main one is the state asked the voters if they should, if voters should authorize the state to reintroduce gray wolves into Colorado, and I'm interested to see how that one turns out. We also had a amendment to the Constitution to ban abortion after 22 weeks, no matter what. And abortion has been on the Colorado ballot in the last 20 years 3 times, and it's failed every time. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out as well. And then, of course, we've got a hot Senate race, and we've got the presidential race.
66% in North Carolina, Biden 53, Trump 45.
Wow.
66% in North Carolina, Cal Cunningham 50.9%, Tom Tillis 45.1%. Excuse me, I almost did a CBS. Cunningham 50, almost 51, 50.9, and Tillis 45.1.
Right. According to USA Today, Trump's people still felt good about things as of 8 p.m. Eastern time. So that would be about 34 minutes ago. But they acknowledged they're struggling to hold early reporting states essential to their victory strategy, which are Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. Those are all states Trump carried 4 years ago, and losing any one of them would likely make it impossible for Trump to prevail. So you said he's way up in Biden's way up in North Carolina, right?
He's 8 points up with 66% in.
Wow.
Now it's only a 500,000, maybe less, maybe 300,000 vote difference And there's still quite a bit of vote to come in, but
Right. New Hampshire still hadn't been called. With 7% of the vote counted, it's Biden up 59.4 to 39% for Trump. Jorgensen has 1.7% of the vote.
I don't know if we mentioned this, but Biden wins Delaware.
Yeah, I got that. With 55% of the votes reported, Biden leads 49.5 to 49.2 in Texas, according to the New York Times. And that's about 3.5 million votes counted. I'm sorry, 6.5 million votes counted. New York Times calls Arkansas for Donald Trump.
You got to imagine they probably call the Senate race for Tom Cotton too.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. And that's no big surprise. I mean, it's a Republican stronghold state.
Looks like of the votes so far, 125 of 1,948 precincts reporting in Oklahoma, Kanye West did receive 810 votes.
Right.
I can't believe there's 100,000 votes in congressional district 5, and they're saying 0% reporting.
Right. There's a glitch for you.
Yeah. That would be super huge if she was able to hold that seat in C5 Oklahoma.
Right.
So you were telling me, what do you think on those ballot issues?
Well, I think I think the Wolves are going to pass. Everybody I've talked to that's voted has voted in favor of reintroducing them, and I am hopeful that the abortion ban fails because not that I'm in favor of abortion that late, but there's no provision in there for rape or incest or if the woman's life is in danger. I mean, it's just a poorly written
Well, yeah, you should, for those,
legislation.
most of those late-term abortions are done for medical reasons.
Right.
And if you go, I don't know if you saw Gary Peters, the senator from Michigan, tell his story about that with his wife, but they had tried to get pregnant, and they finally did, and ended up that the baby was basically stillborn in the womb, and they had to have a late-term abortion because if the wife hadn't had it, she would have probably died of septic shock.
Right.
And it ended up that the hospital they were at refused to do it because it was a Catholic hospital, I believe,
Right.
and they had to find another doctor somewhere else to get it done within 24 hours, or his wife probably would have died. So anybody that thinks anybody that thinks those decisions are come too lightly, they don't know much about the actual issue.
Right. Yeah, they just see it in black and white, like just like Dahlia said on the, well, no, I guess she was saying this on a phone call we were having. She was like, I just don't see how anybody could vote against that. And when you just throw it out there, are you in favor of abortions after 22 weeks? Well, no, anybody should decide if they want to keep a pregnancy by then, right? And that makes a lot of sense, right? Because 22 weeks, what is that, 5.5 months?
Yeah.
But you for sure know you're pregnant, or at least you hope you do, right? But like you said, things change, and let's say my cousin in Texas, she had a baby that was stillborn, and back then, abortion was illegal, and so and they knew it was stillborn at about the 4.5 month you know, point, and she had to carry a baby for, another 4 months or so, with it, knowing that it was deceased. I can't tell you what kind of emotional trauma that inflicts on people, but I think the people that are in favor of these bans, they don't really think about that, and more importantly, I don't think they really care. I think they're just interested in seeing abortion go away, and however they can get it, they're in favor of doing that.
We had a law in Oklahoma that was, I didn't know we were going to talk about this much, but it's an issue worth talking about. We had a law in Oklahoma that it was ruled unconstitutional, which most of those bans end up being ruled unconstitutional, by the way. For now, they do.
Right.
But basically, they were wanting for any baby that died after 20 weeks that they would have to get a death certificate and have a funeral.
Right.
And the way the law was written, it almost set women up who had miscarriages up that they could be prosecuted.
Right.
Because how would they prove that they didn't try to, induce it themselves in some way? So it's just, it's funny to me that the small government people want the government out of their lives, but then in some of the most personal decisions, they want to be actively involved in it.
Right. Let me just refresh this to make sure I got the latest numbers here. I want to give you an update on Pennsylvania. With 7% of the vote counted, Biden has a 78.1 to 19.6% lead. That's 382,563 to Trump's 96,263. Jorgensen has 2.3% of the vote.
Yeah.
Interesting that New York's numbers haven't come in yet.
Not yet. I tell you, I am still watching Texas because there's a lot of vote to come in yet in Texas, but at the same time, it's like.
Well, USA Today currently has it with 48%. I think that's what we had before, but it's 49.8 to 48.9 Biden. So yeah, that's going to be interesting to watch. In Florida, with 89% of the vote counted, Trump leads 50.9% to 48.2%, and that's with about 10,500,000 votes counted.
Yes, it's fine.
North Dakota has some early votes in. 7% of the vote counted. Trump leads 53.8 to 43.6. And we've got some early numbers from Michigan. Trump, with 10% of the vote counted, Trump leads 57.7 to 40.5. And we have some early numbers from Maine with 1% counted. Trump has 1,758 votes. Biden has 1,189. That's a 58 to 39.2 advantage. But again, those are way early numbers.
%68%. Biden's still up 52.4 to 46.5 in North Carolina.
The New York Times has some updated numbers for Texas. Biden is up 50.6 to 48% over Trump, with about a little over 7 million votes counted. Nothing's been called though yet, so still watching what's going here. And our current electoral map has Biden up 88 to 72 over Trump. The states that have been called for Trump are Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Indiana. For Biden, he's got Illinois, West Virginia, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, the 3 electoral votes from DC, and the 3 electoral votes from Vermont.
A little bit of data for you. New Jersey 2, which is a toss-up race on the South Shore, Jersey Shore. If you remember, Jeff Van Drew was a Democrat who switched to Republican.
Right.
He was in the Oval Office with Trump. He is currently, with 184,000 votes in, he is losing 49.4 to 48.9. So it's going to be a nail biter there. The person I'm reading on that says that they're maybe a little bit overweight with Atlantic County there. We got another call here. Arkansas, you already mentioned that. North Carolina 2 is a pickup for the Democrats. Deborah Ross, she was a Senate candidate, I believe, last time against Burr, and she is cruising to that 66 to 32 percentage points. North Carolina 11, presidentially red. It's in the western part of the state. It's an open seat. Madison Cawthorn, I believe he was the one in the news the other day for criticizing Cory Booker.
He's a kid, right? Isn't he like a young kid?
I think so, yeah. He's only up 51 to 46 in that, and they expected that to be a lot more. And that governor is up again, Roy Cooper, Democratic incumbent, and he's cruising 56 to 43 right now.
Right.
Whoa. Just saw only 15% in, but Fulton County, Biden's at 78%.
Oh, wow.
Gwinnett County is at 63%.
Yeah. USA Today currently has Biden down in Georgia, 55.9 to 43.1. So it's going to take he's down about 150,000 votes.
What's the percentage in though?
28%.
Yeah. I'm going to go off camera for just a second.
Okay.
Might make our ratings go up.
Right. Yeah. So while you're gone, I'm just going to check in here and see what if we've got any other new numbers coming in. Biden is up 55 to 44 in Ohio, with 50% of the vote in. That's pretty interesting. CBS just gave Oklahoma to Trump, which we did that a while back. So either we're way confident, which I think we are. Oh, here's some interesting numbers. With 13% in, Biden is leading 69% to 31 in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a must state for Trump to win. The polls are going to close in Arizona and Wisconsin here in about 7 minutes. So in about another 10 minutes, we should have some updated numbers from those states as well. So just to recap here, the current vote total was 88 to 72. Biden carries Illinois, Washington, or Virginia, Maryland, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Massachusetts, and the 3 electoral votes in DC and the 3 electoral votes in Vermont. He also carried Massachusetts. Oh, I already said that, sorry. Trump carried Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Indiana. So far, the South, the Deep South, is holding true to their Republican roots and going for President Trump. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see how things are going to play out throughout the night and see how things end up. I'm particularly interested in Arizona's numbers when they start coming in. Trump really needs to win Arizona. It was a state he carried handily in 2016, but lately it's been trending blue, and we'll see if it actually goes blue this election or if it stays in the Trump column. And there's a pretty hefty Senate race going on there. Mark Kelly versus Martha McSally. So we'll have to see, keep an eye on that and see how that goes, whether Arizonans split their ticket and voted for Trump for president, and Mark Kelly, who was heavily favored to win that by most polls by 5. The closest I saw was 5 percentage points in the home stretch there in the last couple of days. Yeah, some interesting numbers starting to come in. So just stick with us here and we'll keep you updated throughout the night. And we'll call these races as soon as we can. In some cases, we are actually calling races before other media outlets. Let's see. We talked about that a little bit. Missouri numbers are in, and Biden has a 54.1 to 44.8 lead over Trump. Now that's just with 2% of the vote counted. But Missouri in the past has been a fairly reliable red state. They did have a Democratic senator, Claire McCaskill, for I think 2 terms, and then she got beat in 2016 in riding Trump's coattails. Her challenger beat her. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on that. There's some numbers in from Kansas with 39% of the vote in, and this is pretty shocking. Biden leads Trump 52.2 to 46.4. So it's going to be an interesting night here, folks. We've got 3 minutes till the polls close in Colorado and Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, parts of Nevada, Montana, and Idaho. So we should be getting a decent number of states updated here pretty quick. There's no numbers for Iowa. Or Wisconsin yet, so I want to keep an eye on those. I want to go check and see if the New York Times has anything on. They have nothing for Minnesota, Iowa, or Wisconsin. Interesting enough, there are no votes in for New York. So New York has not reported anything, even though the polls in New York close at 9 Eastern time. So that explains that. So New York's polls have not closed yet. So we're going to keep an eye on that and see how that turns out. And we may have an early call for that, depending on how the results look. So looks like Dee's back with us.
Yeah, I am back. Thanks for that quick break. While you were going over some results, I went and pulled up and took a look at the Alabama Senate race, and still early numbers, but it's still surprising to me that if that's going to be such a blowout that people expected, why there hadn't been a call yet. And right now, Tuberville's only up by about 2,000 votes.
I tell you, if the Dems could hold on to that seat, that would be an amazing keep for them, because I think most of the pundits thought Doug Jones was headed for defeat. Looks like with 30% of the vote in Georgia, Trump leads 56.9 to 42% over Biden. So Georgia going blue. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see how it goes, but it may not materialize the way people thought.
What's the percentage to vote in, though?
30%.
Yeah, there's still a lot of vote out in Atlanta.
Yeah. And there's more importantly, there's 2 Senate races to watch in that race in that state to see how they're going to go.
Any numbers out of Maine yet?
I did see a few numbers out of Maine. Let me, or I thought I did. Let me go back and check here. Not there. Where did I see those at? Oh, yes. 2% of the vote in. Trump leads Maine 54.6 to 42.7. And we are going to have a guest here. So we're going to go back to our friend TK in Texas and get a report from what's going on down there. So TK will be joining us here in just a sec. There we go. Hey, TK.
What do you got? Are we on?
You're on, brother.
Hey, sorry about that. I shouldn't have been over here talking.
You're all right.
I knew what I was talking about, at least. What's
Right.
going on there?
I was just, talking about the election. Currently,
I'm
we've got Biden up 85 to 72.
Yeah, I'm over here committing Harry Carey over Florida, but it wasn't a must win or anything. But I'm still kind of shocked. I actually thought it'd be right down the wire 50-50,
Right.
But
Well,
they still got Broward and some areas in Tampa and places like that might be Democratic strongholds a little bit more, but it still looks pretty good for Trump in Florida.
Yeah.
Well, we want to know about Texas.
Hey, I'm cautiously optimistic. Earlier today, I told a guy, I said, I'm more optimistic about Florida than I am Texas. I think it's going to be dead heats in both places. But, I've been disappointed so many times here in Texas over the last 40 years. I just figured that they'd skin us just by a point or two, like they did Beto last time. But I do think he opened the people's eyes up in 2018 as to what the possibilities might be.
Right. Well, Biden has with 55% of the vote in, he's got about a 200,000 vote lead. Now that's not insurmountable, but that's with 55% in, that's a pretty good.
Yeah, I was pretty happy about that. The last I saw the update on that, I'm trying to go back and forth. I got Boston on my tablet over here. I got Boston Globe. I got MSNBC, CNN.
I thought
CNN's freaking me out though. They've turned into that. We want to make ourselves look fair.
Yeah.
And so, a lot of times I have to listen through a lot of red pulp to get to anything worthwhile. But they're like I say, they're trying to make themselves seem a little more fair and balanced, if you will.
Right.
They're them being on the left. They couldn't keep up with MSNBC, and then I guess their soul wouldn't let them become Fox, so they kind of tried to split the middle. And for my purposes, Jim Hightower, I think, said it, but somebody probably said it long before him, but nothing in the middle of the roads except yellow lines and dead armadillos.
Right. Well,
I pick a side.
you know, one of the most popular shows, and D doesn't like to hear this because he doesn't like the guy I'm about to mention, but one of the most popular votes on MSNBC, one of the most popular shows is Scarborough. What do they call it now?
Yeah, Joe.
Morning Joe.
Morning
Yeah.
Joe.
Which
Yeah.
originally was called Scarborough Country.
Right.
He went to CNN first to see if he could get to see if they would buy his show, and they wouldn't. So,
well, it's funny, I used to really couldn't stand him, 15 years ago or whatever. I mean, and he was a Republican rep. He was kind of a pain in the butt, but he's really come over to be. I call him center left now, and Trump's probably
Right.
driven him away from any kind of normalcy is on the conservative side. But yeah, and I'm sure that his relationship with Minka hadn't hurt, or whatever her name is, Mika or whatever. She's probably dragged him a little to the left too. But he's a little more, he's probably what I call center left.
Yeah, he flirts with the CNN whataboutism sometimes, where
Yeah.
he's got to do just exactly what you're talking about. It's like, we want to present both sides. So here's Rick Santorum. It's like, what?
Oh, that's the one that kills me. That absolutely kills me to have to listen to him, because I mean, you couldn't get more of a right wing nut than him. Now he's tried to dress himself up as a center right moderate, but come on, I know his history, and he's pretty hard to take on some of that stuff.
oh yeah, he's guys. We have a new projection. USA Today with the numbers in 29 electoral votes from the great state of New York go to Mr. Biden. That puts our total at 117 to 72 for Trump.
Hey, we kind of knew that was coming, but it's just like bowling. You got to knock the pins down and count them up at the end.
Right. Yep, that you do. We've got some updated numbers too on Pennsylvania, with 9% of the vote in, 71.1 Biden, 24.7 for Trump. So it's
I was looking at the late numbers that or the late polling anyway that Nate had on 538, and yesterday's numbers look really good in Pennsylvania. There was about 6 or 7 polls that they had they took the averages of, and Joe was in the lead anywhere from 3% to about 8%. So I thought even if you average those down to about 5 or 6, he looked pretty good in Pennsylvania to me. I mean, like I said, I don't have privy to all the county by county and precinct stuff that a lot of them have. Yeah, I got a bolt sent to me earlier. Somebody texted me or Facebooked me or something and said Virginia was going for Trump. And I said, what? You mean West Virginia? You can't mean Virginia. No way. And then I clicked over there, and sure enough, they were the Boston Globe already had it called for Biden. And then I clicked on the numbers, and I saw some number with about half of them reporting they had Trump ahead. I was like, holy moly.
So we're starting to get some numbers in from the Mountain Time Zone. USA Today has just called New Mexico, and it's 5 electoral votes for Joe Biden. So our current total now is 122 to 72 for Trump.
I guess what's his name? Ray Lujan or whatever it is. He looked pretty safe in the Senate seat out there. It was an open seat, but he was a Democrat.
Yeah,
pretty safe.
Yeah, that's Tom Udall's seat.
We got to get off. That's as important. That's almost, and obviously, I guess when you say it's as important, it's probably not quite, but it's really close to being just as important to win the Senate as it is.
That seat is Tom Udall's. He's their longtime senator. The Udall,
I guess,
in New Mexico and Colorado is like Bush in Texas, and of course Mark Udall got beat by Cory Gardner 6 years ago, and Gardner's in a pretty tight election. We're going to follow those numbers pretty close here when things.
Well, I was going to say you're up there. All my numbers show Hickenlooper winning that pretty handily by 8 or 9 points.
Yeah, but
is that going to hold?
It all comes to turnout, and just depends on who gets their people to the polls.
Right.
And the thing is that in Fort Collins and Boulder and Denver, they're all pretty liberal. Everywhere else in the state is pretty conservative. In fact, we had 8 counties after the 2016 election. They tried to actually secede and form their own state.
Oh, really? Yeah, we got a bunch of those nuts in Texas, as you well know.
Right.
I'm sure he's got a few up there in Oklahoma too.
Oh,
Yeah.
we got a whole lot.
There are some numbers in from Colorado. Currently, how many do we have? It doesn't tell me how many he's reporting. Biden is up 71 to 27%. Cory Gardner is down by almost the same margin, 70 to 29%. So,
Yeah.
like I
Well,
said,
I was pretty hopeful. I'm pretty hopeful for Hickenlooper. We've got, I really wasn't even counting him, but I've got him up here on my list. But I thought he's almost a shoe in. Hopefully I don't come back to have to eat some crow. But I've got him. I looked at all the polling and tried to average him a little bit. With the way Nate and them do it, y'all probably been on there, but they have A plus, B, C. They rate the polls also before, and I tried to give the which I'm sure they do. I mean, it's not brain science here or rocket surgery, but they always weight the polls anyway. But I weighted them a little extra. If they had a late poll that was an A or a B polar, I tried to give them a little extra, and it looked to me like Hickenlooper was maybe 10 points ahead. So I'm hoping that holds.
yeah. Well, yeah, because the Dems need to pick up that seat if they're hoping to retake the Senate. There's another race, Colorado 3. Lauren Boebert, she owns a restaurant out in the Grand Junction area where all of her wait staff carry guns.
Oh,
And patrons are encouraged to bring their guns in and have them at the table. And
yeah.
she had decided Scott Tipton, the long time, I think he served 6 terms in the House. She decided he was too liberal for Western Colorado, so she ran in the primary. She primaried him and won, and she's currently up 61% to 35 over Diane Mitch Bush, who by all accounts ran a very poor campaign. She came across as very bitter, just wasn't the kind of person the Democrats should have put up in my mind.
Sounded like Trump yesterday or the last couple of days.
Right. Yeah.
That was pretty
exactly.
interesting to me. I'm guessing y'all had to find that pretty interesting. He blamed the SCOTUS. He blamed Fox News.
Right.
He blamed everybody he could blame on what he thought was going to be a losing night. You could tell he didn't. I mean, the Republicans are saying all the right things, I guess, but the polls just don't show what they're talking about by any means.
I was wondering if God forbid, but if something happened and we finished tonight with Trump in the lead, Trump in the lead, if he would still want to stop the counting, or if he would.
I guarantee it's going to happen. If he's anywhere close at 11 o'clock or whatever it is, 10 o'clock our time. If he's anywhere close, he's going to declare victory and say that none of the polls, none of the late votes should count. Nobody should count any votes after tonight. It's amazing to me how those states' rights people have given up on states' rights all of a sudden.
Well, as long as when the states' rights don't benefit them, they're against it.
Yeah.
Right.
So
we have some more states to call here. Wyoming's 3 electoral votes. These are really no surprises. Nebraska's 5. South Dakota's 3 and North Dakota's 3 all go to Mr. Trump. So the current electoral mass stands at 122 Biden, 86 Trump.
I got you. And I was interested earlier. I saw an early vote total. There was only about 10% of the votes counted, but I was kind of shocked to see Kansas in a lean blue at one point. I can't imagine that'll hold.
Well, I can give you an update on that. With 46% of the vote counted, Biden has a 52.1 to 46.1 lead.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't that a shocker?
Yeah, it looks like he's got about 30,000.
That's a Senate seat I wasn't counting on it. What's her name? Bollier?
Barbara Boullier.
Boullier, yeah. That's one that I had chalked up as a loss myself.
Yeah.
That'd be something else.
And, there's still a lot to go, over half the state, but we'll see. He's got about a 35,000 vote lead. We'll see how that holds.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in Florida, but like I said, I'm expecting. I wrote it down here that Trump really needs to carry Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Iowa,
Right.
and possibly even Ohio. If I looked at a bunch of different maps, that there's really on. I hate to keep touting Nate Silver, but they've got all those different electoral maps, and there's really only one that's legitimately a path for Trump. Because there were a couple others where they showed Trump having to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, and Arizona, and I can't imagine he wins all of those. And I think they also had him win in North Carolina in one of the other ones. So, if you take North Carolina away from him and Arizona and most of that upper peninsula stuff over into Wisconsin, I don't know what path he's got.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. It's Biden's got a lot of paths to get to where he needs to go, and Trump's pretty much he's got to recover every onside kick and go for the 2-point conversion.
Yeah. Well, you're right. It's almost right. He has to kind of run the table. It's interesting. Not to bring up 2016 much, because there's no reason to harp on that, but I saw a report 10 days after the election last time, and there was some statistician. He said, basically, if you looked at the exits, if you looked at the pre-polling, that basically what happened with Trump winning and the margins that he won by, less than 10,000 votes in Michigan, 23,000 votes, I think, was that Pennsylvania? I can't remember if it's Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. Anyway, point being really close. And places like Detroit, just happened that 89 of the polling machines out of 150 lost or didn't get covered. Those kinds of things happen. But basically, this guy was saying, he was a statistician. He said it would be like winning a game 20-19 on 10 safeties.
Right.
Right.
That's how statistically, incoherent it was. But like I said, that's all over now. But I think this time the cyber security people are a lot sharper. We've been inundated with this stuff for 3 or 4 years now. But you think back to 2016, nobody was really talking about the Russians hacking the votes and all this stuff that happened as far as Facebook and Twitter and all the Russian bots and all that stuff. Nobody really had any inkling of all that stuff back there.
Right.
And they pretty much do now, obviously. And another thing I think that makes this race a little different. Biden's obviously got more likability than Hillary, which I never really understood, but that's a whole nother argument. And Trump's the known factor now.
Right.
He was the genius businessman that was going to come in and fix everything last time. And, a lot of people got fooled into that. But now it's hard for me to believe that he's not a known quantity to just about everybody. Now, granted, there's some people that love that style and they're going to stick with him through thick and thin. Right. But I can't imagine independents and people like that. Obviously, the suburban and everybody keeps talking about. I can't imagine that they're thrilled with what they see nowadays from versus what the unknown factory was in 16.
Right. So there's some updated numbers for Colorado. In the presidential race, Biden has a 65 to 33% lead. In the Senate race, it's about the same numbers, 63 to 35 for Hickenlooper.
There you go. We need old Hick to come through. I got him in the blue column.
Right.
Before the day started.
Dee and I were talking about some of our other ballot measures. One of the things that was on the ballot was the national popular vote. So basically awarding our electoral votes, which we only have 3, I think.
You got more.
We have 9. We have 9. Sorry.
Yeah, that sounds more like it.
And so there's a provision on the ballot to award those to whoever wins the popular vote, and that currently is passing 60 to 40%. The,
Well, it was funny. They did a poll. I think it was even a Fox News poll I read. And it was like something like 76%, which obviously included a lot of Trumpers even,
right,
that said the person, they agreed that the person that got the most votes deserved to win. And so, this amount of vote that we've been counting for the last 20 years, and it's given us a couple of morons about 500 votes and, a couple of 100,000, maybe 78,000, I guess it was. I mean, we've been forced into this mountain goat vote out there in the hinterlands, getting all these, like I say, North and South Dakota, Wyoming, Montana, all those places where nobody lives. And it's just, the founding fathers could have never envisioned America being kind of turning into what it's turned into as far as in urban areas,
right.
So it's definitely, there's no question that the electoral college is outdated. Now, do we need to do away with it? Do we need to modify it? Do we, is there some other kind of formula we could use and give some kind of weighted averages? Like in 2000, for instance, Al Gore had to give up every electoral vote in Florida over 500 votes.
Right.
In the whole state over multi-millions of
543.
votes. Yeah. So that to me,
They called Colorado and Maryland already.
Hey, but there you go.
Well,
it's interesting. I had a lot of people ask me, they know I follow this stuff so close. A lot of them ask me about, what's this deal about counting votes after? What's this deal about counting votes after the election? I said, come on, don't fall into that trap. Every state in the union has anywhere from 7 days to as much as 20 days to certify their count after the election's over. Okay, so these numbers you're getting on election night from MSNBC or even Fox or whoever, those are all estimates.
Yeah.
They use a lot of different systems, and they're pretty close most of the time, but those are not certified election results.
Yeah, it's projections and
projections.
Exactly. It's funny to me that the same people who harp on that are the ones that claim that they're so pro-military, and a lot of
there you go,
military vote overseas.
There you go. Those military votes have been coming in like that since the Civil War in the mail, and they obviously are not going to all be counted by election night. So
again, when our country was founded, we didn't have a way to know the votes in every state that night. So
I mean, if it just seems almost nonsensical to of all the people that you would disenfranchise, you'd think the military would be the last ones.
Yeah, and you'd also think that Gunnar and I were talking about that the other day about just the need to. I mean, who doesn't want to just count every vote?
Right. Yeah.
Evidently, the Republicans.
Yeah. Well, no question about it. It's worked out well for them. Look at the Supreme Court. The Republicans have won the popular vote one time in the last 7 elections, and they've appointed 15 out of the 19 justices during that time.
Right.
I mean,
that's an incredible number.
It's almost, it's flabbergastingly ridiculous, truthfully.
Right.
And like I said, we've had Bush appointed, and he was there 8 years. So basically, we've had Obama since the turn of the century, who actually won.
Yep.
Then you've got Trump, who won those 78,000 votes in 3 or 4 states up there in the Rust Belt. Ended up, putting him in, and there's very much question on a lot of those votes, a lot of the voter suppression stuff. So yeah, the Electoral College, 500 some odd votes for Gore, and then just under 3 million for Hillary. Both won the popular vote, and neither one of them got to be president. That's got to be hard to swallow.
Yeah. Updated numbers in Colorado: 43% of the vote counted. Hickenlooper leads 57.9 to 40.3 over Gardner.
Good.
Yeah. So looks like the Dems are poised to pick up a seat.
Yeah,
well, we're going to need to. You and I think, G, you and I talked about the other day, back and forth about Doug Jones in Alabama.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see it happen. Tuberville, I mean, he's about a worthless type candidate. But for the same token, Alabama is what it is, as Trump says. But it looks to me like there's hardly any way, shape, or form that Doug Jones can hang on and carry that state.
Well, with 10% of the vote counted, Tuberville has 146,424 votes to Doug Jones, 104,988. That's a 58.2 to 41.8. Now that's
Yeah.
only 10%. So
Right.
we'll have to see how that's going to play out. But
Well, as of right now, then Hickenlooper and Doug Jones cancel each out. So
yeah,
we got Arizona, Maine, North Carolina, Iowa. You know, it's a funny one. You brought it up last time we talked, but Cal Cunningham in North Carolina. Hey, I got to give the guy credit for having 9 electoral lives because, you know, he
Right.
got caught with some sexting or dick pics or whatever they call them, and I guess maybe with an aide or something. But as it turns
no,
out,
she
it
was
doesn't seem
she
to-
was a PR executive.
Oh, is that what? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
as it turns out, you know, in the last 3 days, there's been about 12 polls, and he's led every one, and anywhere from a 3 to about a 7-point lead.
Right. Well,
Now-
it's going to be close with 80% of the vote counted in that race. Cunningham has 2.25 million votes to Tillis's 2.18 million. So about 100,000 votes separate them. The
Yeah.
percentage is 48.7 to 47.2.
Yeah, neither one of them's got 50% yet, at least.
Yeah.
Well, and like I said, when that report came out, I said, "My God, another a Democrat just shot us in the foot," because he looked like he was a shoe-in, at one point, and basically, I guess with those sexting pics, he's got it back to a nail biter.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy. They were talking about him being a presidential candidate.
Yeah,
in about 8
I
years.
heard that.
What makes you think that disqualifies him?
Yeah.
Oh,
you know,
hell. Hey,
it doesn't.
if Brett Favre was to run next time, he'd win. He would.
Yeah.
And he's
Look at the guy that's in there now.
Yeah, look at the guy that's in there now. Here's an interesting stat. So Cunningham leads by about 100,000 votes, and Shannon Bray, the Libertarian candidate in that race, has 136,000 votes.
really.
So talk about spoilers.
There you go. That's right. It usually hurts us the other way, but I'm glad to see this. I'm glad to hear that one.
Right.
I tell you, another race for Senate that's kind of thrown me. I was kind of shocked is Greenfield there in Iowa. I mean, obviously, Ernst is. I mean, she's as close to a wingnut as a wingnut could be, and in Iowa, I thought she was pretty much going to be a shoe-in, and now, just in the last couple of days, the polling shows Greenfield to be ahead by a point or two.
Right. There are no results from there. At least USA Today doesn't have any. Do you have any, Chris?
I'm not seeing any. I just checked, which Des Moines Register is owned by USA Today, so I just checked with them.
Right.
I did see ABC is calling the Texas Senate seat for Cornyn.
Yeah.
Yeah. No big surprise there. Although
everything I saw for the last 2 or 3 weeks has had him anywhere from 7 points up to as many as 12 or 13 points ahead.
I think Beto could have beat him, but I don't understand why he didn't run this time. Do you know?
I don't know either. I think he got caught up in that momentum that he had coming off 18. He got caught up in this "I'm going to be president" deal, and he didn't have a broad enough coalition.
Right.
Like I said, I think if whatever inroads we've made into being a purple or light blue state in Texas,
right,
he deserves a ton of credit. What's her name, Lizzie down there in Houston, and Colin Allred up here in the Metroplex. Both of them owe their seats in the House, the U.S. House. Both of them owe their seats to Beto.
Right. Well, speaking of Texas, updated numbers with 72% of the votes counted. Joe Biden leads 49.6 to 49.0. So that race is tightened up.
Tightened up, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see how that plays out.
Well, I worked in the Democratic politics for a long time, and then I was a poll worker out in one of the reddest areas around. Not quite as red as Rockwall, but Kaufman.
Right. That's my
that
birthplace.
You may know a little bit about that, but
right.
It's historically been awfully red. I mean, there's been guys get beat in the primary, get beat and then switch over to the Republicans. Democrats have switched over to Republicans for constable and county commissioners and stuff, and then they win the next time, because they just anything that had a dim by their name, they had no shot at winning.
Sorry, TK. MEC's calling Colorado Senate for Hick. John.
There
Oh,
we
they
go.
are? Yeah, we did that about 5 minutes ago, right?
Very good, very good.
Basically.
Yeah, you know, Texas, as much as I'd love to have seen MJ, you know, it's one of those situations where you had to hope the blue wave carried her, because I did some research on her. You know, she voted in a Republican primary as late as 2017, I think.
Oh,
So,
right.
you know, it's a little bit of a stretch. I mean, she may be left of Cornyn, which, you know, Attila the Hun probably is.
I don't think Texas likes politicians that switch parties.
Well, I think
The
it's
last one
harder.
that had any success was Phil Graham.
Yeah, Phil Graham, my old buddy.
And
Well, he and I had a couple of run-ins back in the day, but his own mother, Phil, oddly enough, his own mother called him a turncoat and would never
Right.
vote for him.
My mama. Remember that commercial? My mama
Yeah.
said,
And
you know, I'm just,
she's actually the one where I picked up on that, pull the ladder up behind you Republican.
Yeah.
Right.
She said every opportunity he got, he turned his back on when he became a Republican.
well, that's, you know, Dee and I have talked about it. Clarence Thomas was the same way. He got to where he was through affirmative action, and every affirmative action case that's come before the court, he's basically said, no, we don't need that anymore.
Oh yeah. And, you know, then Ben Carson, same way, you know, grew up
Right.
Section 8, got free, he, you know, got free eyeglasses and stuff like that. And then, you know, now he's completely against, you know, any kind of a affirmative action or any kind of safety nets. So there's a few of them out there. And like I say, Phil Graham's mother actually was the one who, that's the first place I ever heard that, back in the 90s, I guess it was, early 90s. She called him a pull the ladder up behind you Republican. So
The Colorado House District 3 has tightened up a little bit. It's 52 to 45. Only about 11,000 votes, 15,000 votes separate Diane Mitch Bush and Lauren Boebert. And I'll bet you results from Pueblo haven't come in. That district is kind of weird. It kind of is like a banana. It starts in Steamboat Springs, which is up in the north central part of the state, comes down the western slope, takes in Grand Junction, which that area over there is usually pretty strong Republican. Then it swings back to the east and takes in Pueblo, which is just 3 hours south of Denver. And Pueblo is pretty liberal, and Steamboat Springs is about half and half. So it's going to be interesting to see how this race goes. Now, one thing that's frustrating, and I'm going to switch over to another website here and see if I can get some numbers. The website I'm looking at does not have the percentage of votes tallied.
You know, we were talking about that race. You're talking about that woman being almost a QAnon supporter.
Oh, yeah.
Have you heard anything about that House race in Georgia? I think that gal's a shoe-in, but wasn't it the House race in Georgia where that lady won the primary?
Yeah, and I think
against a normal Republican.
I think the Democrats already dropped out. I think he dropped out like a month ago.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. I just remembered that the quote unquote normal Republican lost the primary, but, you know, handily lost it. It wasn't even really close. And this woman's, you know, one of those QAnon supporters with the pedophiles in the basement of the pizza parlor and all that. So yeah, we're going to have a few of those up there in Washington too. Wonder why nothing gets done.
Maybe they can start a caucus.
Yeah. I don't want those idiots getting organized. Don't give them any ideas. No, like I said, I was shocked with some of the comments that she had made, but like I said, most people don't follow as close as we do, and so a lot of her gibberish probably didn't get out to the general public.
Right. So
I was trying to get him at
so we're going to make a couple of predictions here. We're going to give Colorado House District 1 to Diana DeGette. She's the sitting congresswoman. She's currently leading 75.6 to 22.2 with 66.9% of the vote counted.
There you go. I can agree with that call.
And District 2, Jonah Goose is going to keep his seat for the Democrats with 32.3% reporting, 69.2% to 28.5 over Charlie Wynn. And then in the Colorado 3 race, we're going to say that's too close to call right now with 56% of the precincts reporting. Lauren Boebert, the Republican, has 50.6% of the vote, and Diane Mitch Bush has 46.1%.
That's that restaurant. Katie.
Yeah, Lauren Boebert is the restaurant owner.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Ken Buck, with 31.2% of the precincts reporting, has a 55.9% lead over Ike McCorkle, who has 41.2%. So Ken Buck is going to keep his seat for the GOP in Colorado District 4. And Doug Lamborn, this is down in Colorado Springs. We could have called that as soon as the polls closed. He's going to keep his seat for the Republicans. He's got a 60.5 to 35.4. Actually, it just went to 55.9 to 39.9 with 63% reporting. In House District 6, Jason Crow, this was Mike Kaufman's seat and the Democrats ran some really great candidates up against him. They never could beat him. And finally, 2 years ago, Jason Crow got him. He's going to keep his seat with 68.3% of the vote. He has 58.8% to Steve House's 38.7%. And the last Colorado seat, which is my seat, Ed Perlmutter, the Democrat, is going to keep his seat over Charles Stockholm, 60.6 to 36.8.
Just out of curiosity, is how binding or solid and all that is the marijuana situation in Colorado? Is that any kind of situation where the Republicans could somehow overturn that in the legislature or anything like that, or is that thing as solid as it seems?
Well, so the Republican strategy in the last 6 years or so has been to try to litigate everything that doesn't go their way. And
Well,
then if that doesn't work,
that's their MO.
and it hasn't. And then when that doesn't go their way, they try to recall. So there have been 2 separate recall petitions for Polis already. Both of those have failed to get enough signatures to qualify for the recall ballot.
Yeah.
But that's just, they they lost total control of the state legislature 2 years ago. And in the Senate, which just like the feds, the Colorado Senate is where most of the power is. They recalled 2 members successfully and got 2 Republicans to replace them. Now, Colorado has a kind of a weird situation. So you can't recall somebody and then have an election to replace them. You have to recall somebody and you have to have somebody on the ballot that they have to vote for. So they actually have to cast.
They not only have to kick a guy out, they got to have the right.
Right. Yeah. So they successfully did that in 2016, and then in 2018, the Dems came back and took the Dems had a clean sweep in 2018. It was like
18 was a better year for us, no question about it.
So 2016 they had.
Are they still having issues with the Fed as far as bank accounts and stuff like that? Are they having to deal mostly cash? And
you mean with the marijuana?
With the dispensaries or distributors?
Yeah, no, they're Corey and Dee and I talked about this. If Corey Gardner had been able to get them access to the banking system, I think he would have won in a landslide. But he never. Mitch McConnell's got that locked down. He won't release it.
Yeah.
So
we had some banks in Oklahoma that set up separate charters that were state charters only. And so they're able to accept some of the medical marijuana money here.
Right.
Just for state dispensaries only. They can't do any business out of state.
Gotcha.
But, I knew some of the guys that own some of those and, they were concerned about safety because they said, here I've got hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash
Oh, yeah.
I have to register in a state directory that's available online where I'm located.
Yeah. Well, I knew some people in Colorado, and there was, I mean, just in conversation, I didn't ask them to back up their stats or anything, but they said they knew people that had those dispensaries that were sometimes taking in 250,000 a week,
Yeah.
$1 million a month, and they didn't have anywhere to put it other than just
Yeah.
hold it in cash. You might get a big safe, write it under
Well, I
the
mean,
bed or
what-
whatever.
The people that I know that run the dispensaries, and I know a couple, what they've done is they've opened a separate bank account, like a savings account, and they just stick it in there under their own name. Which is really, the thing is, if you don't have access to the banking system, how's the IRS going to know what you're taking in? And a lot of these places deal in cash. And so it's easy to go, oh, we only took in 10,000 when they took in 10 million. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
So
I wonder how Florida did Florida, it looks like, yeah,
91% of the vote counted. It's Trump 51.3 to Biden 47.8.
yeah.
So I'm
that's
going
a
to go
little
out
bit of-
on a limb and call that for Trump.
Yeah,
What do you
I think we can call that one for Trump. I'm a little surprised about that. I thought it was I wasn't necessarily expecting Joe to win, but I thought it would be just dead to even, close down to the wire.
Right.
I guess so. Bloomberg's last 15 million didn't make the push that they thought it might.
Well,
Yeah,
kinda like
I'll be, since you mentioned that, I'll be interested to see how many of those felons who were allowed to vote actually got to vote, or were they still disenfranchised? I'd be interested in that. And then also, I think the big story there is the difference in the Latinx community.
Yeah.
And how the Cuban and Venezuelan immigrants tend to vote more Republican. And
Somebody asked me how come Miami looked like it was going to go more red, and I said, well, it's all the Cubans down there.
Yeah.
There's still that Castro hangover for socialism.
yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. It looks like Georgia might fall into that category too, with 46% of the vote counted. Trump leads 56.2 to 42.7 over Biden.
Yeah, 46 though, still a lot of votes left, and it depends where the votes come from. If they're Cobb and Gwinnett and Macomb County,
Yeah.
Right.
That a lot of that stuff around Atlanta, it depends where the votes are coming from. We don't have the knowledge that the campaigns have, obviously.
Right. And TK, this is going to make you a little bit sad. Trump is now taking the lead in Texas.
Yeah.
With 64% of the vote counted. Trump leads 49.6 to 49.1, but it looks like there's only about 36,000 votes separating him.
Well, it's interesting. I told a guy today, he said, why do you think we can't win Texas? I said, I'm not saying we can't win it. I'm just saddened to think that we're probably going to lose it by somewhere between 0.5% to 1%. And
Right.
that is so close when you talk about a state of our size. So we've made a lot of inroads, but
Right. The New York Times has Trump up 50.3 to 47.2 in Kansas. So and there's about 23,000 votes separating them right now.
Well, I was surprised to see that early returns looking like Kansas had a chance of going blue. I was shocked at that. I never expected it, and obviously it looks like it's going to turn out to be
Right.
red anyway.
With 19% of the vote counted in Pennsylvania, and we may have reported these numbers before because I don't think it's changed in a bit, but Biden leads 53.2 to 45.5 over Trump. And in Ohio, it's really tightened up with 64% of the votes reported. Biden leads Trump 49.5 to 49.2. There's numbers.
That's when it's kind of turned basically from the, I thought maybe those numbers would hold like that somewhat in Florida, and it looks like Ohio has turned that way. And, the late polling showed Trump in the lead by almost a point, 8/10 of a point, or right at a point in Ohio. So,
Right.
obviously still a lot of votes left to count.
Michigan with 20% of the vote counted, Trump leads 58.8 to 39 over
Really?
Biden's. Yeah, by about
Wow.
200,000 votes. In
Dang,
Wisconsin, Biden leads 49.5 to 48.6 with just 11% of the vote counted.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I think Michigan and Wisconsin both are real slow counting absentee ballots.
I just saw a report too that said that we're not going to get all of Milwaukee's count till at least 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go. See, and Milwaukee had a problem last time, if you remember.
Yeah.
What did he win that by? He won that state by like 23,000.
Something like that.
I think it was 23,000 there, 10,000 or so in Michigan, and then Pennsylvania. He actually had a bigger lead in Pennsylvania. Wasn't it like 38,000 or 40,000 votes or something? So yeah, those three was a total of about 78,000 in those three states that Trump won by last time. So I think they're, like I said, I can't recall. I'm getting old, but I think those, even Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin are notoriously slow on counting the absentees. So like you say, we may not know those, for a couple of days even, or maybe even a week or by Friday or something.
Right.
Most of the map is kind of holding like it normally would. I was hopeful in Florida. I was really hopeful in Florida. I was kind of hopeful in Georgia, but it looks like they're both trending in Trump's way, but it's, very, very close, but they're still trending in his direction.
There's still a lot of vote in Georgia. I would be shocked if that doesn't tighten up at least.
I need to go back to that. I had a website earlier and I don't remember where it was. I'll have to see if I can find it. That it talked about the varying different states and who counted their votes in advance. And like Florida, for instance, they learned their lesson over the last 20 years. And they've been counting their absentee ballots for 3 weeks now.
Well, that's what we do here in Colorado. As soon as it comes in, it gets counted, put over, you get put on the list that you've already voted. So you get taken off the mailing list and, all that kind of stuff, the robocalls.
Yeah, so Florida's number is going to be pretty solid, and that's obviously not good for Biden. But
Right.
But those upper Midwest Rust Belt or whatever you want to call it states, I think almost all of them are notorious. The 3 or 4 of them across there are all notorious for a slow count,
Right.
especially an absentee. I'm sure we'll get some projections, but like you said, if they're close, we'll be waiting. It looks like, just looking at the map, it looks fairly similar. It also looks like Jim Carville's prediction of having a winner declared, nationwide winner declared by 11 o'clock tonight is going to probably go by the wayside.
Yeah,
He's been saying that for 2 weeks on CNN or whatever it is.
Right.
That he thought that it'd be called by 11, 12 o'clock at the latest on election night. And I looking at this, I don't necessarily see that happening.
Yeah.
Well, thing about that, another problem with that, the popular vote situation is, I've read Biden's going to win California by a record number, like 37%.
Right.
So 65 to 35 or something in that. Less than, 70, 30 almost. And, so obviously those skew the popular vote numbers a little bit when you win by those larger margins on the West Coast. But
well, if you give Hawaii, California, Oregon, and Washington, which are traditional blue states, if you give those to Biden, that puts him at 209. So he's still got a ways to go to get it. Depending on how those states go, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, I think those are the keys. So he needs to pick those up.
Yeah. Well, right now, Wisconsin and Michigan have me a little bit worried because I thought, based on all the advanced polling, for a month or more, a lot of it, prior to that, I didn't give much credence to, but over the last month, Michigan has been steady 7 or 8 point lead for Biden, for pretty steady.
Right.
And Wisconsin's been even higher, 10 to 12 point lead, and actually had one the other day that was an ABC Marist, I think, poll, and I think 538 rated them as A+. and they
Right.
had Biden winning by 17 points. So,
Well,
I'm a little shocked at Michigan and Wisconsin both.
Well, with 20% of the vote counted in Minnesota, Biden leads 67.6 to 30.5.
Yeah, I felt like Minnesota was pretty safe, but like I said, in today's environment, it's hard to know.
Right.
But yeah, Wisconsin and Michigan have me a little bit antsy right now, to tell you the truth.
What, D?
Well, I was just going to say those percentages are still real low in Wisconsin and Michigan. So
Right.
if that's all rural vote, Trump's.
Yeah.
I don't think Trump's going to win Michigan, but even if Trump were to win Michigan, he's not going to win it with 60%. He's not going to win 60% of the vote.
Right.
Well, right now the New York Times has Biden up in Wisconsin 50.9 to 47.2 with 18% of the vote counted.
So that's starting to turn back to where I thought it might be. Yeah.
And in Michigan with 20%, it's Trump 58.8 to 39 over Biden.
That one's kind of weird for sure.
In Pennsylvania with 19% counted, it's 52.5 to 46.1.
Well, Nate Silver at 538, they picked Pennsylvania as the tipping point that put it over the 270. So we'll see if that turns out to be right.
And then Ohio has got Biden up 49.5 to 49.2. I think we said that a while back, so that hasn't changed yet.
Well, and that one's kind of flipped the other direction away from, say, Michigan and Wisconsin, because the last week or so, Trump's been ahead anywhere from about 2 to 3 points in Ohio. Now Biden, they did some stops there, and I guess they just, bounced over the border from Pennsylvania. But they did a few stops there in Ohio, and it looked like they might have closed the gap a little bit because it was, I want to say 2 days ago, it was 2.6 in favor of Trump, and this morning they were showing 0.8. So Biden closed the gap, at least in the polling, by 1.5 points, not quite 2 points. So Ohio, I guess, is going to be one of those going to come right down to the wire again. And it's always one that's one of the ones that comes down to the wire. And that where in 2004, I think that's where Karl Rove sent all of his operatives the last week. And for somehow they knew that what precincts, counties for sure, and maybe even what precincts it was going to come down to in Ohio there in 2004.
Right. So
Maine, do they have is it only like one congressional district up in Maine or something that there's one electoral vote up for grabs, I think? I don't know. There's something strange.
It's Maine 2. Dale Crafts, the Republican, versus Jared Golden, the incumbent. And currently with 9% of the vote in, Crafts has a 52 to 47.9 lead. So we want to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, one or two electoral votes could make a difference. I think Nebraska's got kind of a broken system too, like that, don't they? Where they've got like 4 different areas where electoral votes come from.
Yeah, Nebraska splits their electoral votes. By congressional district. In North Carolina, with 81% of the votes reported, Cunningham leads 48.3 to 47.5 over Tom Tillis.
So just inside a point. Yeah.
Right. With 38% of the votes counted in South Carolina, Lindsey Graham leads Jamie Harrison 54.3 to 44.4.
Yeah. Jamie raised a lot of money, but I think I read something, and it may have some credence that some Dems were turned off by him, even though he'd raised $120 or $30 million more than anybody ever raised or whatever.
Right.
They were still sending out fundraising emails and texts and everything up till yesterday. And it was like, hey, you couldn't spend that much money in South Carolina if you had 3 elections.
Right. So in Georgia's Senate races, in the regular race, which is basically David Perdue versus John Ossoff, with 47% of the votes reported, Perdue leads 56.6 to 41.1.
That far, I'll be darned.
And
that's shocking to me. I thought they'd be pretty tight.
And in the jungle primary,
Yeah.
Kelly Loeffler leads with 28.9%. Raphael Warnock is second with 28.3, and Doug Collins is third with 23.6, with 46% of the vote reported.
Yeah, Warnock's not performing. I thought Warnock would perform a little better than that. I thought he might get at least 30%, but I still thought he'd have to go to a runoff, and that's probably still going to be a problem in Georgia.
Yeah, if you can't win it in the general, I don't see how you can win it in the.
Well, hey, we got a perfect example of that here in Texas. The 2012, I think it was, wasn't it, where it was Ted Cruz and David Dewhurst.
Oh yeah,
David Dewhurst got like 39% of the vote, and Cruz got 24% or something. I mean, Dewhurst beat him by 15 points, but it was a contested primary with 5 or 6 candidates, so it went to a runoff. And in a runoff, when it's a low turnout, those teabaggers turned out for Cruz, and that's how we got stuck with him.
Right.
David Dewhurst has to be looking around like a truck hit him. He was an up and comer in the Republican Party. Kind of a moderate, maybe lean right.
Right.
Guy who was a real up and comer in the Republican Party and nationwide, not just in Texas. And I mean, he in that runoff, he just got. I mean, it was like he got blindsided, and now I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Right.
We got stuck with Cruz.
You mean
runoffs? You never want to get
Grandpa from the Munsters. Have you ever seen that picture where they put Grandpa from the Munsters and Ted Cruz side by side?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
They look just alike.
Or the Zodiac Killer.
Right.
Well, that picture you're talking about him and the Munsters, and then what's her name? Kentucky Fried Chicken. The preacher's daughter that was Trump's press secretary at first, Huckleberry Colonel Sanders.
Right.
She looks like one of those monster characters too. Or
they were going to run her for governor of Arkansas.
It wouldn't shock me. It really wouldn't.
Hey guys, I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Well, what do you think? What's going on up there in Oklahoma? Is there anything we need to?
The only thing we got going is Congressional District 5, where I live in Oklahoma City. We got a Democrat that won it last time, and it was the first statewide Democrat that had won in about 10 years. And she's in a hot battle right now for re-election. She's ahead by 10,000 votes right now.
Good.
And we'll see. I always have big expectations on these nights, and it seems like I end up getting deflated.
I'm the same way. I'll tell you, like I said, we for years, we had it back there in the 80s and 90s. We, until Clinton came along, at least, we used to have the Dallas County Democrat, election night headquarter party and all that stuff down the Longhorn Ballroom down there. And we'd walk in the door. I remember a bunch of the old UAW guys and union guys that I used to campaign with a lot. And we'd walk in the door and look at each other and say, well, I guess we're going to come down here again tonight. Misery loves company.
Yeah.
And it seems like it kind of turns out that way. People just, and hey, maybe there are embarrassed Trump voters out there,
I think what we got to remember too is that we were, you look at how close Florida was. You look at, coming into the election, if, Tom Perez, the Democratic Party chairman, said, if you'd have told him a year ago he's going to be campaigning in Texas, he wouldn't have believed it.
Yeah.
And so Florida is one of those states that I feel like it's worth competing in, obviously, but I almost feel like it's going to be one of those that we almost just write off,
Well, and actually, now that you say that, you think about it, they might very well have written it off if it weren't for Bloomberg,
Yeah.
He gave them that money to run some statewide stuff down there. Florida and Texas are hard because they're, the markets are so diverse. The states are so big. And hey, believe me, there ain't any correlation between Tallahassee and Miami.
Nope.
Okay? It's like two different countries. Like the old commercial about Shreveport and Baton Rouge, they said, man, my cousin, he don't even live in Louisiana. He live up by Shreveport.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yeah.
That's the way Florida is. They're there.
You get those retirees in the Central Park and in the Panhandle, and they're all, white suburbanites from Ohio.
You know, when you get those old folks, they're set in their ways, and now, you know, like you say, in the villages and stuff, they've been voting Republican. It's just, even though they probably did throw a scare into Trump's people or the Republican National Party for sure, you know, those old folks, it's just hard to get them to change.
Yep.
I mean, they've been Republican for 40 years, and getting them to switch, even with an idiot like Trump, you know, it's awful hard. It's awful hard to get them to, you know, modify their thinking. I really thought Jamie Harrison run a tighter race. I really thought he would have a hard time winning, even though there was a lot of excitement about his race. You know, as far as he was Jim Clyburn's, I think, right hand man or whatever, press secretary, whatever he was. But he, I would have thought he would be closer. I would have thought it.
Well,
I thought Graham would win, but I thought it'd be like, you know, 52-48, something.
yeah, it's still,
10 points.
I think there's still a lot of vote there too. I think they're counting every vote because there are some ticket splitters down there that voting for Trump and then voting against Lindsey. But it's tough in a state like, you take these states that are real hard Republican, like South Carolina, even Texas. It's tough when you got a Republican on the presidential ballot to get people to split the ticket.
Yeah.
It's just, you got to have the right candidate that can do it, because you think, okay, if somebody's going to go mark Donald Trump, are they really going to vote for somebody who wants Medicare for all? Are they really going to vote for somebody who, even if somebody's a moderate, are they really going to vote for a Democrat? When,
Well, and sadly enough, we can go one step further. I hate to even say it, but it's true. Are the people that voted for Trump at the top of the ticket, are they really going to vote for a black guy?
that's true. That's true.
You know, even though they may not be a huge fan of Lindsey Graham, they're not. They saw those debates, and as bad as Graham looked in the debates, and as good as Jamie looked, they still got to see him.
It's
on
still
TV.
the South.
Yep. It's a shame, but
You hate
it
to
is
say
what
that.
it is. And I do think there's some carryover to that. There's no question about it. Well, like I said, I'm a little disappointed in Florida, but it wasn't like I thought it was a guaranteed win by any means.
Yeah. Well, we're still real competitive in Ohio, which I had Ohio as a red state.
See, I did too. Up until just a couple of days ago,
So
I
if we
thought
could,
Trump had done enough in Ohio to hold it.
if we could pick off North Carolina or Georgia, one of those two, which I'm still bullish on Georgia. I still think Georgia's going to come in.
Well, I'm on the other side of that. I'm bullish on North Carolina too. So, boy, it'd be nice to win them both.
If you won both of those, and then you pick
Pennsylvania.
up, you pick up the Wisconsin and Michigan. I don't even know if you need Pennsylvania at that point, but
Well, if you get Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan, you could almost seed Ohio, and it'd still be a long, hard path for Trump.
yep.
Like I say, Nate and them were showing Pennsylvania as being the tipping point state to get over 270. So I don't know if that's going to hold, but we'll see. And then, you know, I guess the one that's contested, the most hotly contested, I suppose, out west is Arizona,
Right.
as far as the Democrats are concerned, and it's been leaning toward Biden pretty much solidly for the last 3 or 4 weeks. So it'll be interesting to see how they come in. I think they're one of the states that counts pretty fast, even though they're probably not even closed yet, are they?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I'm thinking they maybe just closed at 9 o'clock our time in Arizona, or might be 10 o'clock our time. Maybe it's another hour. I don't know. But yeah, Arizona will be interesting. I think everything else out there is going to probably fall in line. You know, I mean, Montana and Idaho's going red. You got to figure Utah's going red.
Yeah, I mean, we could easily fill this in and see how. I'm back, guys. By the way, and see how the electoral map's going to look. So if you give Montana, Idaho, Utah to Mr. Trump and Alaska,
right?
That brings the total to 209 to 131. You can probably give him Louisiana.
Yeah.
I heard D say he expects Georgia to come back, so we'll hold off on that. So right now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 states that are going to be the key
Well, like I say, the numbers are going to be so huge in California, it's going to throw the popular vote off a little, but you got Arizona will be key. Arizona will be a key, I think, but you got California, Nevada, Oregon, Washington are locks, and then Hawaii.
There are no results in from Arizona, and it closed an hour ago,
Oh, was it an hour ago? I thought it was just closed at 9 o'clock, maybe.
9 o'clock Eastern time.
Huh, okay. Yeah, zero reporting. I'm all of my sites are behind yours, so I'm deferring to you on all this stuff, but yeah, they, if I can't get back over here to MSNBC, maybe I'll get a little bit more up to date. But
Biden has taken the lead in Maine with 10% of the votes reported, 48.8 to 47.6.
what
Yeah.
about that Senate race up there? Is that they showing any numbers on it yet?
Which one? Oh, the Senate race in Maine?
Yeah, Susan Collins and what's that lady's Gideon, I think her name might be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So currently, with 7% of the votes in, Susan Collins leads 55.3 to 39%.
Huh. So she's been consistently behind. Tom Ridge is talking on MSNBC right now about Pennsylvania.
Right.
He said it might be a day or two. So it's a little bit. I didn't want to turn it up much, but he did say it might be a day or two before they are confident in their account. So. Have you got any updated numbers in Wisconsin and Michigan? Wisconsin and Michigan have me a little bit antsy over here.
Yeah, let me check here just 1 second.
We were talking about while you were off screen that we've had a lot of these nights where we were really optimistic as the day started, and it turned by evening it started turning a little less optimistic, right, more toward the pessimistic side. So I'm those numbers I was seeing early in Michigan and Wisconsin were both kind of a little bit disturbing.
Well, Michigan, Trump is currently leading with 23% of the vote, 57.8 to 40.2.
Damn.
And in Wisconsin, with 29% of the vote, Trump leads 50.7 to 47.6.
Okay, so that's tight. And in Wisconsin, that's the one I thought was almost a dead lock. I thought Michigan was too, but I thought Wisconsin was even more so.
Right. In Pennsylvania, with 20% of the vote counted, Trump leads 51 to 47.7.
Really? With how much counted?
20%.
So that's flipped over to Trump. It was Biden earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah. With 69% of the votes counted in Ohio, Trump leads 50.5 to 48.1.
Might be a long night.
If you give Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Michigan to Trump,
Ooh.
That brings it to 209 to 193. With still some big states to go, but
yeah, they just showed it again. They called it for a Hickenlooper, so you already knew that.
Yeah.
Purdue's overperforming the polls too, right? At least now, by quite a bit. I mean, it was shown as pretty much dead even, and maybe Purdue winning by 1, and he's winning by 14 or 15 points.
Right. Well, like Dee said, so you have to look at where these votes are coming from and
right,
what counties have been counted fully and not. So like here in Colorado, the Western Slope is really a Republican stronghold.
Right.
So if you get a lot of votes coming from there, but not a lot in the not a lot from Denver and Boulder, then
Yeah.
you just
this is not going to sound like a liberal lefty statement, but a lot of times in my experience, at least over a lot of years and counting votes and polling and stuff, a lot of times the minority areas seem to come in later.
Right.
And that happens pretty much across the country. It's not just Miami's going to come in later, Tampa's going to come in later, whatever. It's going to be pretty much across the board. A lot of those areas are going to come in a little bit later. I got my first look at Arizona, Biden 54-44, but it's only 19 reporting. Maybe you got a better number than that, but at least it finally popped up.
Right.
They got
So
North
if you-
Carolina and Pennsylvania both kind of leading red right now. That's kind of disconcerting for sure.
Yeah, let me check those numbers. Now, it's basically a dead heat right now in North Carolina with 87% of the vote reported. Biden leads Trump Biden and Trump are tied with 49.4% of the vote, although Biden has about a 3,000 vote lead.
So it's pretty tight. How many? What did you say? 87% reporting.
Yeah, 87% reporting.
Yeah.
Let me check the Senate race there, see what's going on with it. Tom Tillis has gained the lead with 89% reporting, 48.3 to 47.4. And he's got about looks like he's got about a 44,000 vote lead.
Wow.
Tom Tillis does.
That's bad news. I guess,
that's bad for the Dems if they want to take the Senate back.
Yep, that's bad news. Is and especially with Ossoff kind of underperforming in Georgia, that the only real hope in Georgia is now going to probably be that runoff for Warnock. And he, like I said, the Republicans seem to always fare better in runoffs than Democrats.
Right.
So that's disconcerting too. Maybe Iowa, we got to help Greenfield. Hopefully Greenfield will be able to beat Joni Ernst. That's one that the Republicans probably weren't expecting to lose, but the polling's turned into Greenfield's favor.
Right. Want to look at that race. Where was I just looking? Right here. So with 53% of the vote counted, Purdue has a big lead over Ossoff, 56.1 to 41.6.
I'm really shocked about that one.
It's Loeffler, Warnock, and Collins with 28.7, 28.4, and 23.2.
So Warnock's got about a 5 point. He's got a 5 point lead over Collins. Is that?
Warnock has, he's got about a 28.4 to 23.2. So we're going to have a guest join us. Her name is Dahlia. She was our Trump supporter that we had on a few days ago, and we're going to get her take on the election. So let's bring her in now. Hello, Dahlia. You don't have your camera on.
I'm turning everything on. There I am.
So
can you see me okay? Am I sideways?
There you
again?
go.
There you go. Now you're straight.
All right.
So Dahlia,
How's it going?
we have TK. He's down in Texas. He's a lifelong Democrat, and D has been with us. He just took a short break. He'll be back in a few, but just to let you know, we are calling some states ahead of the rest of the country.
Okay.
So just let me get you caught up here on where we are.
Okay.
We have the current electoral math sits at 209 to 209. We have
based on what you're calling. Based on what
we're calling, yes.
Okay.
So we have given Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Alaska, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, all to Mr. Trump.
Wow.
For Mr. Biden, we have Washington, Oregon, California, New Mexico, Colorado, Illinois, Virginia, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and the 3 votes from DC and the 4 votes from Hawaii.
Okay.
And we currently stand deadlocked at 209. Now, I do want to bring up the fact that I did see, and this didn't get a lot of talk in the media, but those of us that watch this pretty close, we're looking at the math going, that's pretty interesting. There is a scenario, and one of the reasons Trump went to Nebraska, we gave all of their votes to Trump, but this
Yeah.
thing down to 269 each and go to the House to be decided.
Huh.
Yeah, it's looking
Well,
looking right now. I think Nebraska, don't they split theirs into 4 votes, and it's
Yeah, congressional
typically
district.
gone-
yeah.
typically, I think 3 of them are pretty solid red, and there's one that's kind of toss up.
Yeah,
Correct.
Lincoln. Yeah, Lincoln.
Yeah, so
Correct.
that's
So what are you hearing anything about Lincoln? Did Lincoln go Biden, or do we not know yet?
Well, D is the one who keeps our county by county and looks at that pretty close. So we'll have to wait till he comes back and can check that.
Okay.
But I haven't heard anything so far.
Okay.
And
And did you say North Carolina yet, or no?
no, we haven't called North
Okay.
Carolina yet.
Okay. And what about Ohio?
We have not called Ohio yet either, but
Okay.
Mr. Trump
Can
just,
I put my 2 cents in?
yeah,
I think he's going to get North Carolina and Ohio. Trump is.
right.
I do.
Well, he's got with 88% of the votes reported, Trump has a 49.6 to 49.2 lead over Biden in North Carolina. And in Ohio, with 72% of the votes reported, he has a 51.2 to 47.4 point lead.
Yeah. So I definitely feel confident about Ohio. I'm 98.2% confident in North Carolina, but we'll
Right.
see.
Well, he also leads in Wisconsin and Michigan. So
Yeah.
now Minnesota, Biden leads. And in Iowa, Biden, now this is only 12% of the vote, but Biden is leading in Iowa 64.4 to 34.1.
That's kind of
Right.
shocking. Isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you said 12%, right? So it's initial numbers. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
But we've also got Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan in Trump column, right?
yeah.
So yeah, I think I put those over there. Let me just double check. Just Michigan. I don't have Wisconsin yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I put Michigan in Trump's column, but not Wisconsin or Minnesota yet.
Okay.
And
So basically, and
and I
then
still have North-
Pennsylvania, I don't know if we're going to know tonight about Pennsylvania.
Well,
I
Tom
mean,
Ridge just came on earlier and said
Yeah.
it's going to be a couple of days by Friday.
Yeah, it seems like, am I allowed to say S show on this show? Because it seems like that's what Pennsylvania is going to be. I've just heard so many crazy things coming from as far as organizational stuff and
right.
just crazy stuff happening at the polls. And,
Well,
you know,
just
not,
so you know,
not so
I already have that in the Trump column.
really.
I already have Pennsylvania in the Trump column. What on the
Interesting.
East Coast, the only states I have out are Maine, New Hampshire, and North Carolina.
Okay.
So, and Maine, for some reason, their results, which they close an hour before everybody else, because they're in that time zone all by themselves.
Yeah.
There were almost no numbers coming in, and even now, we only have what's the total there? Even now, we only have 13% of the vote in.
Weird.
No.
Do they have paper ballots or do they have electronic ballots?
I don't know.
Because sometimes, I mean, I'm just wondering if anyone still does paper ballots, because if they do, that's what sometimes takes a long time.
Right.
Remember the hanging chads in Florida?
Right.
Yeah. Outgoing member.
I was living there when the hanging chads happened, so.
I don't see why anybody would want to use those things.
No, it is interesting. I mean, every state, I will tell you something really fascinating. So I dated a guy a while back, 7 years ago, and he wound up losing his job here. He's in oil and gas, and he wound up moving out to Seattle for a job. And he just moved back a few months ago, and we've been dating again. And he had his address in Denver. So he had already switched all his voting information back to Colorado. So he received a Denver ballot, and I received an Arapahoe County ballot. And he came over to talk to me about some of the amendments and, different things on the ballot, asking me my opinion. And I was amazed at the difference between Denver County and Arapahoe County, the ballots. First of all, the Denver County one was 4 pages back and front.
Right.
And the Arapahoe County one was 1 page back and front, and it was just very simplified paragraphs. And the Denver one was like literally a book on each, amendment. And and it was in English and in Spanish. It was just unbelievable. And that's just 2 counties right next to each other. So it's just incredible to me when I think about, just how many different systems there are in all these different states. It's a wonder that we even get anything accomplished, on election day to a certain degree, So
I agree with you.
I think that's kind of fascinating. But what about, did you hear, I know it's local Colorado stuff, but I think Lauren Boebert's probably going to win.
You know what? That race is tightened up. It's 49-48 right now.
Yeah, I think she's going to pull it out.
There's about a 7,000 vote difference. It depends on Pueblo. So if Pueblo is slow to come in, and that's where the votes are, then Mitch Bush might pull that out.
We'll see.
The national popular vote, which looked like it was going to pass, it's tightened up too. It's 53 in favor to 47% against. And,
I still think it's going to pass. I think it's going to be close, but I think it's going to pass.
The Gray Wolves are down to 51 to 49, so that might not.
Wow.
And then
that I'm surprised at.
An issue that I know you're following closely, Dahlia, the 22-week ban on abortion is currently failing 60 to 40, and it's about it's about 500,000 votes in favor of the no's. So,
well, considering that we went Biden and Hickenlooper, that doesn't surprise me. So I can't say that I'm shocked at that. And I will say, somebody was just messaging me on Facebook about Hickenlooper, and it's one of my liberal friends who was, excited, obviously, about what's happening in Colorado. And he made a comment, and I said, look, I've known Hickenlooper for 20 years, and he was a restaurant owner and a capitalist, and, very, I think, centrist when he was originally elected as mayor. And I just seen him completely turn into, a socialist, for lack of a better word. And the crazy thing is, I wouldn't mind so much if I thought he believed in it, and that's what kind of bothers me about him. But at the same time, I feel like Cory Gardner really tried to do a lot of good stuff for Colorado, and things that a lot of liberals and progressives could agree with, especially, all the stuff that he did environmentally recently was pretty big news. But the problem with him is awful campaign, awful messaging, lost a lot of Republican voters that were just not excited about him, and his sort of wishy-washiness, I think. And it's unfortunate, because I think he was a good senator for all of Colorado, but the message never got across.
Right. Well, Dee and I talked about in some previous episodes of our podcast that, I wouldn't have been surprised to see Gardner pull it out, because they love him on the Western Slope. They love him up in Weld County.
Denver and Boulder decide everything now. Denver and Boulder. Yeah. But the thing about Hickenlooper too is, he flat out said he didn't want to be senator.
Yeah, and
He
he
wanted
ran.
he wanted to be president,
Right. You talk
So-
about Gardner running a bad campaign. Hickenlooper didn't really even get started.
So it is that man is the luckiest man on the planet. Let's be honest. Okay. I mean, I realize he won, but it's funny. Cory Gardner, if he would have had a good campaign, might have won. Hickenlooper didn't have to do anything and he won,
Right.
So it's interesting from that standpoint, but I'm not surprised.
I want to give some updated numbers because we've got some more states in right now. We're going to go down to the Southwest and check on Arizona with 72% of the vote counted in the senatorial race. Mark Kelly leads Martha McSally 55.3 to 44.7. So we're going to beat the national media and we're going to call that race for Mark Kelly.
Wow.
In the
It's been kind of trending that way.
In the presidential election.
He's got a good story, I mean, not only is he, Gabby's husband, but he was an astronaut. And
Absolutely.
Martha McSally hadn't done herself any favors,
I know.
Yeah.
And listen, I like him. And listen, I would like to see more cooperation in Congress. I'm not sitting here. I know you're laughing. Believe me.
No,
I'm
thinking back to back to Reagan and our buddy.
Well, G will tell you I'm an optimist. I try to see the good in everything, and I like her husband. I do. I like him. And I think you're right. The astronaut thing. I mean, you talk about people liking Americana and, I could see where Arizona would.
Well, there may be some portion of Arizonans that are not crazy about the way Trump treated McCain too, because McCain's an icon there,
Yeah.
And then Cindy McCain coming out for Biden. I mean, there's
That's
kind of a perfect storm of events in Arizona for that to kind of flip.
Well, and I'll say, hey, welcome back, Dahlia.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll say what you guys are being too nice to say, and I've said it before too. McSally is a terrible candidate. She's ran a terrible race.
Well,
that's what I said. I said it about Gardner. You missed my little Gardner.
And the governor,
she's put herself right probably than she deserves to because of those comments, like walking down the halls of Congress, calling reporters that want to ask her questions. I'm not talking to you, you liberal hack, stuff like that. And that stuff got played pretty
Arizona Republicans they're known to be a little bit more, for lack of a better term, maverick.
There you go.
And, but I think the Republican governor there, I don't think it was a wise choice when he appointed her when she just lost a race.
Yeah.
And appointed her, because people view that as a loser. I mean, you hate to say it, but that's just how they view it.
Right.
Yeah.
When she did that, TK, that reminded me of Clady and the Lady. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
When Clayton Williams was a shoe-in.
Lay back and enjoy it or whatever it was.
Yeah, he was a shoe-in to be the Texas governor. And he had his rape comment about, if it's inevitable, they should just lay back and enjoy it. And then he refused to shake Ann Richards' hand at a debate. And Texans don't cotton to that. And he got beat handily. I mean, he was a shoe-in to win. He went from a best bet to, basically nothing overnight. USA.
That's all it takes sometimes.
Right. Trump has a lead in North Carolina now with 91% of the vote counted, 49.8 to 49. So that's going to be a close race. A presidential race out in Arizona with 73% of the vote counted, Biden leads 53.7 to 45. So the prediction that Arizona might be going blue might hold true.
You can almost call that one. Not quite maybe, but almost.
Right.
And like I say, maybe just that maverick streak of Arizonans,
Which
the McCain factor.
Which districts haven't checked in Arizona yet? Do you know?
I don't.
I think they're.
You're supposed to be keeping up with those city, county by county, and precinct votes.
Yeah, I think those numbers are going to tighten in Arizona because I think they're dropping it by early vote, and then I saw something on this. It's like early vote, and then day vote, and then there's like 3 waves, and the third wave I think is like an absentee ballot that people dropped off at a precinct. I think is the third count. So
Okay.
it's going to tighten from there.
I did read something earlier today that they thought Arizona would be one of the western states that'd be in the quickest. They actually have their stuff together, if you will.
Well, I think after that, McSally, when she ran against Kirsten Sinema, and I don't think they swore Sinema in or certified her as the winner till like the day before the congressional session started, like in January of like 2017 or something, because their electoral system was so messed up in Arizona. So I think their legislature like said, okay, we're not going to be the laughing stocks of the country again. Let's get our
there's a lot of states, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but there's a lot of states that have up to 20 days to certify the presidential vote. So, so this idea that that they've always counted them all on election night is not really anywhere close to true.
Right. Going up the states there, there's some interesting numbers out of Montana. With 21% of the vote counted, Biden now leads 55.9 to 41.8 over Trump.
That one, oddly enough, just popped up on my tablet over here, and I almost fell out of my chair.
Right.
Biden's not going to win Montana.
I can't see.
Dahlia, they have a Democratic senator and currently have a Democratic governor that is leading 59.7 to 40.3 in the Senate race.
Yeah, that Senate race out there with Bullock, that might be driving those numbers a little bit for the.
Of course, it's early. We'll have to see how things go.
It's way early, but that's a race in that Senate race with their governor who jumped into that race. That could be enough in a place where it's only the mountain goat vote really out there anyway.
Right.
I'm curious. Have there been any, and again, I literally have like 3 computers on and a TV on, but I have the volume down on everything, so I'm not paying attention. Have there been any races where like a Democrat is winning, but Trump is up in the presidential? Like, is there anything where it's really like a vast difference that you've seen? Because I haven't really been paying attention to a lot of the.
Well, I think that was the case in North Carolina, but now that's turned around, and Tom Tillis is actually winning that race. Let me give you some updated numbers. So
Cunningham was winning earlier, and we were talking about how that was kind of crazy with his second scandal. He'd been able to hold off with his second.
So with 91% of the vote counted, Tom Tillis is leading 48.5 to 47.3. It looks like it's about a 70,000 vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But we still have a lot of states out. Now, USA Today is not called New York for Biden, but we did a long time ago. So I'm not sure what the holdup is there, but and we've called oh, you know what?
That would be a headline.
I need to take Montana out since but I've got Idaho, Utah, Wyoming. I don't have Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Texas, Arizona, or Nevada yet. But those are the only states on the border of the Mississippi or to the west that I don't have yet. And if I can always change things, but I don't think the Republicans are going to take California, Oregon, or Washington. No. What do you think, Dahlia?
Oh no, I've had those blue since I was born.
Right. I don't know about that because I don't want to reveal your age, so I'll say when I was born.
Yeah.
I know in the 60s, California was a reliably red state.
Yeah.
Well, when Reagan was there too, it was there was a lot of Republicans, but
Nixon too, going back further. Yeah.
I will say this though, I'll give California some props. I was liking all those Trump rallies going on in Beverly Hills. That was pretty awesome, just from a visual standpoint. You
Right.
know, to see a bunch of Trump people marching down Rodeo Drive was culturally really interesting.
Now,
But
I wanted to get your take. I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to get your take on what you thought about the Trump supporters blocking I-25 a couple days ago.
you mean like all the Black Lives supporters blocked every highway in the country when they were protesting?
Well, I know that a
But
lot of
Greg,
Republicans.
When that was happening, wasn't it okay to run over the protesters back in, I think I heard a lot of that. Hey,
Yeah, if they,
they're
if
out
they
in the
were,
street,
ju-
let's run over them. But I'm sure that.
yeah,
Or
if
in
they were
California.
if they were jumping on your car and smashing your window in with bricks, yes, you are allowed to run over people if they do that. That is allowed by law.
But you don't get to do that in California if it's a Trump supporter out in the street. I got you. I understand.
If they're not bashing your windshield in and hitting you with bricks, yeah, I would hope not.
Right. But I remember a lot of people complaining that, they didn't have a right to protest and, this and that.
I hear you. I'm just saying what's good for the goose is good for the gander as far as I'm concerned. So you're not going to get any sympathy from me. It's the same thing with the ambush on the Biden van or the Biden bus in Texas. Give me a break. Every news station was showing the video of the SUV that was a Biden volunteer that got hit by the big old bad Trump truck. And then you see another angle of the video that none of the media was showing. And that SUV went into the lane of the truck and hit
Well,
the
the
truck.
FBI is going to sort it all out for you, so you won't have to.
Yeah, the FBI report was supposed to come in on Sunday. Have you heard it yet? Because I'm still waiting for it. I mean, it's ridiculous. The whole FBI thing, investigating that, when there's people loading bricks on the corner of downtown Denver, on street corners in downtown Denver tonight. I saw pictures. I think that's what the FBI should be investigating, not a bunch of Trump flag waving trucks following a bus.
AK-47 waving trucks too.
We'll have a new FBI director here in about a week, so I'm sure he'll.
Yeah, he won't last.
Already.
Him and Fauci are going to walk hand in hand out the door when they get fired.
And I say, don't let the door kick you in the ass when you're
So it's
leaving.
his own handpicked people. You're ready for them to be gone. I got you.
I know Fauci's not a handpicked person. He's
No,
been-
Chris Ray. Chris Ray's
Chris Ray is. Yeah.
absolute Trump
Oh,
hand.
look, hey, listen,
Yeah,
if I was king and I got elected, I would dump the FBI, the CIA, the NSA. I would start from scratch because
that's where I think that's where we
Washington
differ quite
is
a bit. I think-
corrupt.
I'm pretty sure
Washington-
there's not anything that talks about a king in the Constitution, but point
Well,
taken.
but I'm saying if I was king, I'm pretending that that's an option.
Well, bad thing is he's not.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
He's not pretending. I hate to say it, but we'll see. We'll see it.
Well-
Yeah, he did. He did though. He did. Dahlia, he did. In all fairness, he did appoint all those people. He cleaned house. Every one of those positions you named is brand new Trump appointees.
I know, and
Yeah,
they all did not turn out to be very loyal to.
There's like
to what his-
37. There's 37 acting heads right now of different departments that have never had to go through confirmation.
I know that's a problem,
That's
and
a-
I'm all about term limits too. I wish that would be something that we could pass as a country because I'm sick of these life term, 80-year-old people running around Congress.
Yeah, we
Do
do
you
have
know
a
why
problem
we
with
have
that.
term
It's
limits
gotten
on
to
the
a point of
presidency?
ridiculous. I mean, we've obviously the Supreme Court, there's been more talk about it lately, but I'm agreeing with you on term limits, and I've never been much for term limits, truthfully. I hate to give voters an extra reason to be lazy, If you don't like somebody, get your ass up and vote against them. But
Yeah.
when you get these 80, 85-year-old people that's been up there for 50 years, there's got to be some sanity.
Well, I try to tell my friends, just go, there's a website where you can look and see all the net worth of everybody in Congress.
Mhm.
And that'll get you out voting real fast when you start looking at some of those numbers, because there is no reason for any of those people to be worth the millions of dollars that they're worth, as far as I'm concerned.
We were talking about
So-
Phil Graham earlier, who was a Democrat until he wasn't.
Yeah.
And then became a Republican senator. He was a professor at Texas A&M,
Yeah.
with a salary of $59,000. 2 years after he gets in the Senate, he's worth like 10 million.
It's ridiculous.
But do you
Have
know
you
what we
seen,
have
have
term
you
limits
seen
on?
have you seen Maxine Waters' house?
No.
It's like the freaking Taj Mahal. I swear, you got to Google it. It's unbelievable. And she doesn't live in her district either. Her district is like the hood. Her district is like the Crips and the,
Well,
and the,
Most of them don't live in their district. They live in Georgetown.
and I have a big problem with that too.
They just go back to their district, for
Yeah, no, but I'm
football.
saying her house in California isn't even near her district. It's nowhere near there. It's in the posh part of Cali.
Right.
But yeah, listen,
But-
it's all across the board. It's for Republicans and Democrats. They're all way too rich
Well, hey,
for
G, do you have any updated numbers up there in the Rust Belt? I'm interested about Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. Those.
Wisconsin is, Trump's up by about 28,000 votes, 50 to 48, but it's, I don't really think.
That one's actually tightening because he was up a little bit higher than that while earlier.
37% in, and I don't take that good or bad either way, because there's a lot of things that can happen. I know there's Madison and Milwaukee, a lot of votes that have not come in there. And there's
Michigan, what are you showing in Michigan?
There's some upstate numbers in Wisconsin too that will probably favor Trump that have not come in too. So I think that we're still too early on that. We're still too early on Ohio, of course, Pennsylvania too. I don't think we'll know Pennsylvania till tomorrow.
that's what I said.
Detroit's notoriously late coming in with their numbers in Michigan, right?
Yeah. I was just checking a couple
The
things.
4 Rust Belt states across there right now look like on the map that I'm looking at, they look pretty important right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
we should come down to that.
Yeah.
I never had Florida or Georgia written in to be blue, no matter what the polls showed. But
Yeah, what do you guys think about the polls? Because I was looking at them this morning, and they still had most of them had Biden up by 10 everywhere.
well, he'll still win by 9 or 10, but the popular vote doesn't matter. He's going to win by 37% in California. That's a historically high number, and that's going to skew the popular vote numbers. Think about
Oh,
that.
the popular vote is California all the way. I mean, I
That's why
was making.
That's why the Dems want to get rid of the Electoral College.
Well, actually, we were talking about that earlier too. Oddly enough, that polling showed 76% of Americans thought whoever wins the popular vote should be the president, and that's got to take in some Trumpers. Obviously, they're not all 76% of those are not Democrats. But
I don't know. I can't imagine anyone wanting to give up their state's, autonomy in that way, but we'll see. I didn't realize it was as close in Colorado as G was saying it is. So that's interesting. It'll be interesting to see if that passes.
Yeah.
is that how Nebraska ended up splitting their vote? They just had a statewide referendum over it, and they ended up allotting their electoral voters, or their electors, if you will, by, what do they do it, by Senate district or something, or how do they do it? I know there's like 4 areas and 3 of them go
Yeah.
red. One of them has a
Yeah,
chance
it's
to
by
go blue.
congressional district.
Yeah.
I got you.
So
I
whoever
wanted
wins
to-
the vote in the congressional district,
So if
whether it's
Colorado was
Biden or
that, then they could.
I was just going to
Right,
say
please.
that is more of an interesting option to me than the popular vote, to be honest with you.
Well, and I was going to say that earlier. The thing about that is, I mean, just you go back to 2000 with Gore and Bush in Florida. I mean, it really is kind of quote unquote unfair, if you will, to to come down to 500 votes and it's a winner take all, I mean, if it's that close, then there ought to be some, maybe it's weighted to the guy who wins the most. Maybe he gets 2/3 and the other guy gets 1/3. I don't know statistically what's the most fair, but obviously if a guy wins a whole state by 500 votes, he probably doesn't deserve every elector.
Yeah, but I could say the same thing. If someone wins the popular vote by one state, they don't deserve to be the president. That's how I feel about that. I don't think any state should have that much power in the whole country. So
But you're okay with North and South Dakota having 4 senators and 800,000 people total.
Well, in Wyoming has 400,000 in the state. They get 2 senators.
Yeah. And then California's got 40 million and they get 2.
And they get 1 congressional representative.
yeah, but that's what
who is
yeah,
the
but
most
that's what
powerful woman
representatives
in the House.
but that's
on the
what
Republican side.
representatives are for. Do you guys really have a problem with the way our government is compared to governments around the world? Really?
I actually do have a problem with there being 2 Dakotas. Why is there 2 Dakotas? I mean, what's the North and South Dakota? It's why not be like Montana and all one big state?
They tried to merge about 20 years ago.
Well, like I said, there's no logical.
Why is there North Carolina and South Carolina?
What's a little? Those numbers are a little different. North
I'm
Dakota and
just
South
saying.
Dakota, there's what, 1.2 million total in 2 states. It's just logically it makes no sense. There's no reasonable argument for North and South Dakota to get 4 senators and California to get 2. There's just not. I mean, the founding fathers never envisioned California having 40 million people.
Yeah, but how many representatives does California have, and how many representatives?
That's a whole
does
different
North-
issue. That's a whole different issue. That's the House of Representatives, and that like you said is more representative because
Well,
of the
Well, what do you
Broken
think
down.
about, if you add, if the Democrats have their way, you would be adding Puerto Rico and DC, and then you'd have 4 more right there.
Well, I don't know why we even consider adding Americans to America. That who thought that idea?
See, it's amazing how that works. When it works for your side, it's an awesome idea.
I never understood it.
When it doesn't benefit your side.
How is Washington D.C. not counted? I mean,
Well, they get 3
now,
electoral
you might
votes.
make an argument
but-
about Puerto Rico,
But in defense, when Lafont outlined the city, he meant it, and it was designed as a power center where
Right.
nobody would ever live. You would go there to conduct the government's business, and that's how Lafont designed it.
right.
And then through the years, it's been co-opted. And here's an analogy you can relate to. It's like those cities of Grapevine and Euless that didn't want to buy into the airport.
Right.
When the airport board said, don't build any houses over here, you can put industrial, but no houses because we're going to have a runway over there. And they did anyway, and then when the runway came in, they all wanted to sue the airport. Well, it lasted about 30 seconds in the court system.
Right.
Same thing with DC. It was never meant to be a population center. It was meant to be a working place for the nation's business.
Right. Well, and like I said, the founding fathers never envisioned 40 million people in California either.
Right.
Yeah.
Or 30 million in Texas, or 29.8 or whatever it
Right.
is. So, I mean, this originalism argument and this, like I said earlier, it's funny how the states' rights argument went out the window now with the vote counting. But, the point is, going back to 1776 or 1800s even or whatever, the arguments are kind of specious. I mean, the founding fathers, nobody after the Civil War anticipated California having 40 million people. And there's just no reasonable argument for North and South Dakota to have 4 senators and California to have 2. It's just, there's no argument.
But there is, because
Right.
whether you want them to be one state or not, right now they're 2. Now, if they ever combine, then they'll have 2 senators. But right now, that's not the way it is.
And then it would be half as much of a problem as it is. Like I said, there's really, I mean, I'm sure Republicans are going to all say, hey, it's great. I'm glad that Alaska and North Dakota and South Dakota, Montana, all these hinterlands where the mountain goat vote is, and there's no people. I'm glad that they all get all these electors. But the
Montana
fact
has
is,
a decent number of people. Wyoming doesn't.
yeah. Well, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, basically, you're talking about the very few as far as population is concerned.
All I know is I'm looking at the map right now. California has 55 electoral votes. So I
Yeah.
don't see a problem. I mean, if as long as California stays blue, I don't think you guys have anything to worry about.
But they have
So,
they have two senators. That's a problem. Mitch McConnell has shown you what happens when the Senate's controlled by, well, anyway, nothing gets done. I mean, we've been sitting here for what, 12 years with very little of anything getting done other than a $2 trillion tax giveaway.
well,
Obama couldn't get
but that's Congress. That's what I'm
Obama couldn't
talking
get-
about.
No,
I
no,
have
it's not Congress, it's Senate. It's Mitch McConnell has controlled the votes, has controlled what comes to the floor for 12 years.
Yeah, the
So-
House
so-
is just as bad as the
No,
Senate.
the House has no
The
power.
House has to
No
send
power.
the bills to the Senate and then the Senate votes. You can't
But they don't.
accomplish anything.
Hey,
But they
guys,
don't.
hey,
I
guys,
have a problem with that too.
Let
I
us-
have a
let's
total problem.
There's
Dahlia.
600 bills been passed
Yeah.
by the House
TK,
sitting on the McConnell's
TK.
desk.
let's get back to the election.
Okay,
I was gonna
Uh,
say, hey, I was gonna jump in on the popular vote and why I'm for the popular vote. And I'm gonna speak as somebody who is a little left of center in ultra red Oklahoma, is the fact that I knew when I went to the polls today and I cast my vote for Kanye. Just kidding, not Kanye. But when I cast my vote for Joe Biden today, I knew it wasn't going to do anything.
right.
I knew it wasn't going to count. The reason I'm in favor of the popular vote is because I think it would make both parties be a lot more honest. It would make them pay attention to every vote. And
No, it
take-
wouldn't.
it would
No,
take-
it wouldn't. They would go to California and New York.
Can
and
I finish-
Florida.
Can I finish my sentence before you tell me,
Yes.
no, it wouldn't? Yeah, because the Republicans in California feel the same way I do. Republicans in California go, hey, I'm going to vote for Trump and I'm going to fly my flag in Beverly Hills, but it's going to be all for naught.
Right.
So there's when my vote counts more when it's not based on an electoral, because Trump could build a coalition outside of the states he has. He could get more turnout in other states. So to me, that's why I'm for the popular vote. And most other countries vote. They don't. What other country uses an electoral college?
None. No other.
When we had a guest on our podcast, a professor that is an expert in the electoral college, and he made a good point I never thought about. He said, you know, when we go in and we give our advice to other countries, when the Bush administration helped Afghanistan get their government set up, we didn't say, hey, we got a great idea. Why don't you guys do this electoral college? You really should implement that in Afghanistan. We didn't do that because it's a cluster and it's a relic, and it was designed by white male landowners who never thought anybody other than white male landowners should vote.
Right. Right. And that's it. That's the outdatedness of it is the key, really. You know, like I said, it don't come down to California and New York. It comes down to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Florida, and Michigan.
Not if it's a popular vote, it doesn't. Not if it's a popular vote.
Well, no, I'm saying you're saying that the popular vote's not right, but I'm saying if it's only the electoral college, well, then all they got to do is campaign in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Florida.
And that's kind of what they've been doing the last couple of
That's all
weeks
they've been
anyway.
doing. That's
Yeah.
my point.
Oh, yeah, Colorado, there's been nothing about Trump in Colorado for months.
Right. Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
you know, I
Well,
don't know.
Corey probably said Trump's name more than anybody else in the state. You know, I don't know. I was
Listen,
kinda-
I wouldn't blame Corey losing on Trump and his relationship with Trump. I would blame Corey's loss on his relationship with Republicans in Colorado.
well,
um,
that may be true. I'm not privy to everything y'all are in
Yeah,
Colorado.
trust
Let's
me.
just
And-
say he's one of the senators that's most closely tied to Trump.
which he shouldn't be, because he's actually said some pretty not nice things about Trump in the past. So it's interesting. But again, like I was saying to G
That doesn't seem-
earlier,
that has no effect, really. I mean, I can run you a loop of everything that our senator from
Right.
South Carolina
Well,
said. about
let's
Trump.
get
Oh, I
some
know.
updated. Let's go with some updated numbers here. So in
There you
Georgia,
go.
we've got 60% of the vote counted in the Senate races. David Perdue is over the threshold.
Yeah, he's a winner.
Needed to get elected. He's got, because in Georgia, you have to have 50% plus one,
Yeah.
no matter whether it's a regular election or a special election.
Yeah, there's a third candidate in that race, and I think he's got 3 or 4% of the vote, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
2.3. So Purdue leads Ossoff 55.7 to 42%.
I'm kind of
I'm
surprised.
not going to
about
call that race yet, but my guess is that's
Yeah,
pretty much a lock for Purdue.
I really think you can call that race, and I'm kind of surprised about that with Purdue, with all that insider trading, stock stuff, and everything that came up. I mean,
Right.
it seems like that stuck to Kelly Loeffler a lot more than it has Purdue.
Well, in that race, Raphael Warnock has risen to the top.
Yeah, I
He
thought
has
that.
28.8% of the vote. Kelly Loeffler has 28.4, and Doug Collins has 22.8. So it looks like Warnock and Loeffler are going to head for the
I
for a
kind of
runoff.
that's
will
kind of
basically
what I
ensure that
expected.
Loeffler takes that seat. So
I-
it's awful
you know,
hard for a
the
Democrat.
runoffs tend to favor fanatical voters. You know how it works. I mean, just like I talked about earlier about Ted Cruz and David Dewhurst.
Right.
Ted Cruz was a non-entity, and all of a sudden the runoffs put him in power, and we've been stuck with him ever since. David Dewhurst has got to be looking around thinking, where was that truck that ran over me? You know, he was talked about as a potential Republican presidential candidate back in 2012.
Yeah, I remember that.
So the runoff, he won the original general election vote, I think 39 to 24. I mean, it was like
Right.
15 points, and he lost the runoff to Ted Cruz. So runoffs are really tricky, and they tend to favor. Oddly enough, they tend to favor Republicans in the runoffs a lot of places, unless it's somewhere California or somewhere probably.
In the presidential race in Georgia, Trump leads with 62% of the vote counted, 55.1 to 43.7. So we
That's getting
might.
close to a call. That's getting close to a call.
It depends on where the votes are. Dee, do you want to check some counties in Georgia and see where?
Yeah, I was trying to look for that right now. I'll let you know once I've got it.
Okay. Ohio, with 88% of the vote counted, Trump leads 52.8 to 45.8. So I'm going to give that to Trump. I'm going to give Ohio to Trump.
I think you can call that one. Yeah.
Where'd my number?
I was hopeful, but not expecting.
I'm just kind of glancing. I'm actually watching. I'm watching Louder with Crowder because he makes me laugh during elections. But he's got CNN in the window on the bottom, and they're calling Michigan for Trump. It looks like, unless they're just analyzing. I can't tell. Anybody?
Well, there's only 39% of the vote in. Although
Okay.
Trump has a pretty big lead, 54.5% to 43.7.
Okay, I think they're just doing scenarios. I think they're trying to come up with 270. I think that's what they're doing. So sorry about that. Didn't mean to.
Well, one thing
get ahead
for
of myself.
sure, I think we can all agree on that neither side is going to get a landslide victory. So whoever wins,
and
it's
let's
going to be
say-
Well,
close.
I'll have to
Pennsylvania,
disagree.
Wisconsin, and Michigan Trump's definitely overperforming. There's no
I was just going to say, I'll have to disagree with that because when you look at the polls as late, I literally took screenshots yesterday of all the polls from pretty much everywhere, and they still had Biden winning by 10 or more points across the board.
Well, and he's
And
still
I'm still
could.
amazed.
Well, and he will. I don't think there's any question. He'll win by 9 or 10 percentage points on the popular vote, but that doesn't matter. It's going to come down to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. Arizona's going to be thrown into the mix now, it looks like, and maybe even Iowa. Who would have ever thunk?
Right.
Iowa's looking like Trump to me, but
Currently, 50% of the vote counted. Biden has a 55.9% lead, and Trump has a 42.4 over Trump with 42.4. And it looks
In
like
Iowa?
it's about 130,000 votes in Iowa.
Iowa.
Yeah.
See, there's
but that's with how much in?
Half the vote,
Okay.
50%.
that's shocking to me on the other side of the coin. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it may be a long night. And like I said, I don't know what the vote, everything I read earlier today said Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan are all so, tediously slow at getting their votes counted and getting their votes in. and places, like Arizona, for instance, they were basically bragging on Arizona for being able to get their quote unquote stuff together so much better than a lot of states. And being able to, what are they, 2 hours behind, 3 hours behind, and they're still able to get their votes in all, way ahead of most of these other places.
Right.
Hmm.
I don't know what the apparatus is in Arizona necessarily compared to, say, Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or whatever, but it just Arizona was getting some props today on the internet for being able to get their votes counted.
Yeah. So
And now it looks like
with 73% of the vote counted, it's Biden 53.7 to Trump 45.
Yeah. See that. See, and
In
Arizona's
Arizona?
going to be really important now. It
Arizona.
looks like.
So let's just see here. So if we gave Arizona to Biden, Kansas to Trump, Montana to Trump, Minnesota to Biden, Wisconsin to Trump, Missouri to Trump, Iowa to Biden, Texas to Trump. Trump wins 273 to 242. I think it's going to be tough for Biden to win.
Well, and like I said, the numbers that are so skewed are up in Michigan and Wisconsin, like she said, based on the polling from earlier. Wisconsin,
Still nothing from Maine?
Wisconsin, Michigan, and
Yeah, still
Pennsylvania
nothing from Maine.
were not that close in the early polling,
Right.
and even today in the exits. They were tighter
Do
in
you
the
think-
exits. They
do
were
you think
tighter in
early
the exits
voting-
than they were in the early polling. They were tighter, obviously, but they were
Do you
still
think
in
early
Biden's
voting
favor.
is good or bad? Do you guys think early voting is a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's hugely great. I think we
Yeah,
ought to
I think
encourage as many
anything that
people
makes it
wanna go
easy for
voting.
people to vote. is
Make
a
it
good
as
thing.
easy as possible. If you want to vote from your computer, I'm fine with that. You can buy stuff off the internet with your credit card, but we can't vote.
Here's the only problem with that, TK. The Pentagon gets hacked
Oh
on a
yeah,
fairly regular basis.
I understand.
And they got some of the best encryption software.
So does
on the planet.
Amazon.
Yeah.
So does Amazon.
so-
So does Facebook.
You're always
so
going to
does-
have to deal with. You're always going to have to deal with the criminals and the malcontents.
Yeah,
but
too easy for you. Talk about Russian intimidation or hacking. If we had voting on the internet, which actually Texas does, only for those on the International Space Station.
we might have gotten a couple of votes there, but yeah, like I said, I'm all for early voting. I've early voted every time since it's been available, but in the old days I worked the polls, so I didn't early vote when it first started because I was going to be there all day and I knew I'd get a chance to cast my vote.
Right.
But now, I don't know why you wouldn't have early voting. Now, if they want to argue about the mail-in ballots, it's been okay for the military to do it since the Civil War, but all of a sudden it's a big deal. And all of a sudden it's not states' rights anymore. I thought it was up to the states to do it, whatever they felt in their state. And hey, we've got 17 states do voting by mail. I think there's 8 or 9 of them that do it exclusively by mail.
Well, I was just going to say Colorado does, but it took a while for Colorado to nail it down to
Yeah.
where it worked. And so
Right.
I think the problem this year was everybody decided, let's start it this year. And it's like,
Right.
that's a little scary, just
Well, there
across
was-
the board.
There was a pandemic to account for, and people
Right.
standing in line one on top of each other was a little
Dee,
bit.
what do you think about early voting?
No, I'm all for it. I think it's, we talked a little bit earlier in Oklahoma. We've got what's called absentee ballot, and you have to mail it in. I think you can drop it off, but it's, it requires like a notary and there's just all these requirements on it, and it's, it's pretty complicated to figure out sometimes. And I
Well, Texas is really weird about that. The absentee. It's supposed to be you're supposed to have an excuse to have an absentee
Right.
ballot, but then on the other side of that coin, the county clerks have no jurisdiction over whether the voter decides to claim handicap or not, or disability or whatever you want to call it. And so if you want to vote absentee, you send it in, and they have no structure in place to check whether you're disabled or not. So basically it's up to the voter. And the county clerks have no money, obviously, to track people down, and they have no jurisdiction over that, which is kind of a weird deal to say, okay, we're going to allow you to have absentee, but you have to have an excuse. But you can come up with any excuse, and we don't care what it is. We're not going to check it anyway.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of.
I will say this,
It's kinda
believe it or
strange.
not, I have no problem with early voting. I have a huge problem with late voting, as in, if you get your ballot postmarked by today, we
So
can count
basically,
it.
the way they've done it for 100 years, you don't really like that.
I don't like that. Basically, like you were saying, okay, you should be able to go on the computer and do whatever. If you're going to vote and you know that if you're going to vote and you know that the voting deadline is November 3rd and you can't get your ballot in by November 3rd, you shouldn't be voting. I mean, that's ridiculous. Like how it can't be that difficult, especially with early voting. If you've got 4 weeks of early voting and you still can't get your
Well, it's
ballot
2
in
weeks
on
both
time,
places.
Come on.
They expanded to early voting in 2 or 3 places this year because of the pandemic, but most time it's 2, 4.
well, we had our ballots drop on
Yeah, but y'all vote
October
by
9th.
mail. I mean, not the majority, right?
Yeah. So
Is it
again,
100%
if you're
in
going to have that
Colorado? Is it
option,
100% mail vote now in Colorado? Okay,
Yes.
I thought I read that, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
And there's
but I would say most people vote.
They all
I
vote.
don't think a lot of people mail in. Well, when you say 100%, you still have the option to go vote at the polls. So people can go to the polls on
okay.
election day.
They almost
so-
discourage it though, don't they? 'Cause
They
almost-
do. They
spend the
do
money.
discourage it, but some people are old school and they just insist on, I want to vote on election day. But the thing I do like about the mail-in is the drop-off. So you don't have to count on the post office. You
Well, you
know,
might not have liked it so much. If you were in Texas, you might not have liked it so much when our governor decided there's only going to be one drop box in every county. If you lived in Houston, that'd be a little rough.
yeah.
Yeah, because isn't Harris County like 200 miles wide?
Yeah, yeah.
I know that when I lived down there, I dated a
1700
woman on the other side of the county. It
17 or
took me an
1800
hour and 20 minutes to get to her house.
17 or 1800 square miles. I think Harris County is bigger than Rhode Island.
Yeah, it wasn't
I think
surprising.
Rhode Island had 67 drop-off boxes, and Harris County had 1.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, like I
Well,
said,
and again, that goes
it all
with
comes
being
back. My argument has always been, and you're not going to like this. I see you got your red shirt on. There's one party that encourages everybody to vote, and there's one party that goes to court to make sure you can't. So that's the choice.
Oh, don't even go there. You have
They've
so
already been
many
to court.
more
They've already been to
attorneys.
court more than
You
a-
have some, no,
It's
no,
just now election
I
day.
will not allow that argument.
Today is just
You-
now election day. Today is
You
just
have so
election day.
many
They've already had
Democrat
100
attorneys.
lawsuits.
You have so,
100 lawsuits. 100
Listen.
already, and it's just election day. That we're just getting started.
let's talk about the, what is it, the Transition Integrity Project? They have 600 attorneys on board to contest any election
not-
that we're,
Not the transition where they took the Trump people and showed them the pandemic response plan, and they said, "Man, we don't need that." Not that transition, a different transition.
the Integrity Project, the
Okay.
group of Never Trumpers and Lincoln Project people and a bunch of Democrats and Hillary's old staff. Yeah, that group.
That
That's the
Lincoln
one.
Project people, that's Hillary's old staff. Huh.
Oh no, they joined Hillary's old staff.
Ah,
Oh, the Lincoln Project people are for Biden 100%.
Oh, no
100.
question. No question. You get no argument there, but they're all Republicans.
Oh yeah,
100%.
100%. Yeah, they're all conservatives. They're all fiscal conservatives voting for Joe Biden. That's a good one. I like that joke.
What other joke was it? What joke were you telling when that $2 trillion tax scam got passed? That wasn't all that funny. That was
So,
there's some kind of.
There's some news to report. In
I'm sorry.
the Senate race in North Carolina with in South Carolina with 56% of the votes reported, Lindsey Graham leads 56.4 to 42.1 over Jamie Harrison.
Yeah,
And
I think you can call that one.
Jamie
Jamie-
Harrison has conceded.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, and like I said, I was gonna say earlier, he is very much underperformed. What did he raise, 130 or $40 million or something? I mean, it's
yeah.
kind of a record for a Senate
Well, he
race.
raised 57 in one quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it was some
Oh.
kind of record for a Senate race. It got to a point where people were starting to say here the last week or two, it's like, what's he still raising money? You couldn't spend that much money in South Carolina
Right.
in the next 2 years.
Well, I think that race shows that it isn't always about the money.
No, it's not. Look, it's a hard red state. I know there was people got kind of excited about Harrison,
Right.
and he had a pretty good resume for South Carolina if you're going to take on a incumbent. He was, what is it, Jim Clymer's chief of staff? I think,
Yeah.
so,
Clyburn, yeah, I think so.
I think he was Clyburn's chief of staff, and so you had as good a resume as you could hope for, in South Carolina if you're going to take on a sitting Republican incumbent.
Right. Hey,
Hey,
Dee,
guys.
can you go
Oh,
ahead?
go ahead.
I was going to say, Dee, can you check the some county totals in Texas and see what they show? Because they've got 84% of the vote in, but they haven't called the state, even though Trump leads 51.7 to 46.9.
Yeah. I'll see what I can find.
Okay.
Question,
I'll
are
come back
you
to that
guys
later. thought
using
we-
the 270 to win website? Is
Yeah.
that what you guys?
Yeah, I
So
zeroed
did-
out the map and I've been.
Now, did you see at the bottom where it says winning combinations and it shows the combinations to win? And there's 1 for Joe Biden and 9 for Trump, according to my map.
I don't see that.
So go down to where it shows electoral votes and then needed for 270. And then if you look to the right of that, it shows win combinations. And they're only showing 1 based on the map that we just put together.
Well, yeah. So like I said, I think it's going to be tough for Biden to win if he doesn't pick up at least 2 of those upper Midwest states, Wisconsin
said.
or Michigan.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's going to come down to those 3 again. And if Biden is not able to make inroads there, I'm saying it's pretty much over.
Yeah.
Because he's, Texas, we're going to, in Texas, it's going to be, we've Betoized it about as hard as we could, but it's going to be a couple of points. It's not 20 points like it used to be, but it's
What
not
part of Texas do you live in?
Dallas.
Okay.
So, I mean, they've closed the gap dramatically. 4 years ago? 4 years ago, I think it was 18.9% or right about 19%. And then, Beto had a valiant effort, lost by 2.5%.
Right.
And the demographics of the state are obviously changing too. So that's been some of the boost, but I felt like we were still a couple of points away, and it looks like I'm going to be right about that. I may not be right about the rest of the map, obviously, but I think I'm going to be right about Texas.
Have you guys heard any numbers about the black vote yet? Any percentages?
I
haven't
haven't.
seen anything yet. I do want to say that the things have changed in Montana. So with 32% of the vote in, Trump is ahead 50.2 to 47.6.
Yeah,
But
I almost couldn't believe that.
in the Senate race, Bullock still leads 51.5 to 48.5.
That's going to
Now-
tighten up, isn't it? Yeah.
There's still a lot of votes out. There's only 32% in, but
Yeah.
It's going to take them a while to ride those mountain goats into town to get the votes counted.
right.
Montana is one of those states though that's
You're
There-
lucky I'm not from Montana talking about those mountain goats, man.
Hey, Colorado's got a lot more people than Wyoming and some of those other places. But like I said, I was shocked to even have Biden anywhere even talked about in Montana, but obviously
Right.
that's going to turn. But I do think that the governor running for Senate up there is going to that race is still going to be interesting because I didn't think he had any chance. I had him losing that by 5 or 6 points.
Well,
So if
they,
he actually started winning by a couple,
Montana will ticket split sometimes because
yeah, that's
4
true.
years ago, Trump won it. I don't have the percentage, but he won it, I would say 20 points easy.
Yeah.
And then the guy who's running for Senate, Steve Bullock, won re-election as governor, on the same ballot. So
How do you guys feel about, I don't remember which state it was, and maybe you know, but there is a state that doesn't put R or D next to the names of the candidates that are running. And I thought that was kind of brilliant, actually, because it forces people to know who they're voting for, as opposed to just going down the ticket. And I don't know, I kind of like that idea. I wouldn't mind seeing that in Colorado. You know,
Yeah.
forces people to know who they're voting for. And then you don't have to pick an RD. You could pick the person that meets, closest to what you're looking for in a candidate.
Well,
I think a lot of people.
that would be, that would put the onus on the voters so much. And like I said, we can't get them to turn out now. We're talking about term limiting guys because we can't get voters to come out and vote them out. And now
A lot of people showed up for this election. A lot of people showed up.
Now you're talking about them having to research it all the way down to house races and,
I know.
state houses and stuff. And they're not, I hate to say it, they're just not going to do it.
I know.
I wish they would. I wish they would. And, we talk about it in other countries. We want to make sure they do, but we just, whether you want to call it fat and happy or whatever you want to call it, we're just not going to do it.
So,
Well, unfortunately, people count on the media to inform them, and they're just not getting the information that they need. So that's part of the problem too. They're depending on other people to provide them with information. So
yeah.
So 91 million people have their ballots have already been counted in this election. So I think it's fair to say we're going to have a record turnout.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think they were estimating 130, 135.
No, I think
Right.
130 last time. They said they thought it was going to be around 160.
Wow. Okay.
I don't
So
know if
I've
that's
got
gonna turn out to be true.
I've got
It might
I've
not
got
reach
four
that.
I've got 4 states out: Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Maine. And currently the electoral vote is 262 Trump, 240 Biden. So if Biden takes Nevada and Wisconsin, he still needs to take Michigan to win.
He's not going to get Wisconsin and Michigan, I don't think. I just don't see that.
If Trump takes Michigan, then it's over. That puts him at 278.
Do you have Biden with Arizona, or do you still have Arizona?
No, I have Biden with the states I have for Biden currently are Washington, Oregon, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, Virginia, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Washington, D.C.'s 3 votes, and Hawaii's 4 votes. The states I have for Trump are Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Now, if Pennsylvania flips and ends up going for Biden, then it's a whole different story.
Well, I think I saw 2 or 3 different pollsters say that they thought Pennsylvania was going to be the linchpin. So we'll see if it.
And I don't think we're going to have final numbers on Pennsylvania until tomorrow, at least.
Actually, Tom Ridge said 2 or 3 days when he was on earlier.
Right.
I was just trying to listen to him on the side.
Well, isn't Pennsylvania the one that can have votes coming in for another 10 days?
I think they moved it from 3
Seven,
to
I think the
7.
Supreme Court said.
I think they moved it
Okay.
from 3 to 7 days.
Oh, okay.
It was 3 originally. They moved it to 7, and then the lower.
Let me
court
ask you
moved-
this.
But I think
If
the
they,
Supreme Court just didn't hear it.
I'm curious, and again, I don't know legally, because I know they say they want every vote counted, but if they know that there's this many ballots that are still out there and the number is not going to matter, even if every single one of them voted for Biden, will they call it, or will they?
Yeah, they'll call it.
Okay.
And same,
Yeah.
I didn't,
vice versa. If it's for Trump and Biden has an insurmountable lead, they'll call it for him.
okay. I wasn't sure. There's just been so much controversy about that late, count
I
that,
think those 3 Rust Belt states up there, I mean, they're obviously, looks like the numbers right now are leaning toward Trump, but I promise you, they're going to hold everything up. Those 3 are not going to be able to, they're not going to be able to report tonight a winner.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Well, if Trump takes Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Maine, then that would give him 270, and he wouldn't need Michigan or Wisconsin. So
interesting.
I think Nevada and Maine are going to be tough ones for him. He might get one in Maine, but I don't think he's going to take the whole state.
No, I think it's just that one in Maine. I think it's only one in Maine. Although
Well,
I can't tell
with-
because they're showing it blue on my map. But
with 25% of the vote in, Biden's leading 49 to 47.7 in Maine. So,
isn't that the split? Isn't that the split one though, where it's only like
It could be. He can be.
district or
can be,
something?
yeah, it can be. Or
Yeah, so-
it could be, Biden or Trump could get all of them.
Yeah, they have it as 211 and then a question mark. So
Yeah, I don't know
Right.
what that means.
The New York Times just called Utah and Idaho, which we called about a half hour ago.
Right.
So nice to see the national media following our lead.
Yeah. Nice to see you stepping out on a limb there, G-Man.
I don't think that was much of a limb.
oh my God.
Well, I need to apologize for hijacking it's supposed to be election night we're talking about rather than politics in general. But I will say this, like I said, it's I don't know whether you can call it the shied Trump voter or doesn't want to talk to a pollster or what, but the polls are going to be off again. I mean, they're not going to be as far off maybe as they were with Hillary, but they're going to be off again.
Which makes you wonder, what can you believe going forward? I mean,
Well, they're gonna
Well,
get. Seems to me like they're
I
gonna get less and less checks written to them.
Well, I have to say that I actually shot a video this morning and I didn't put it up because it was taking forever to upload. But, people were asking me about my, map that I put up and why I was so sure and this and that. And you cannot poll anything having to do with President Trump like a normal president. You just can't. He is not a politician. He is a cultural icon. And people look at him differently, talk about him differently, and you just, pollsters are politically minded, and Trump is not a politician. So the polls were going to be wrong 4 years ago, and I knew they were going to be wrong again. And that's the problem. People who think politically have a hard time thinking culturally. And luckily, because of my background in lifestyle and fashion and all that shallow stuff, I was looking at stuff that pollsters don't look at,
Right.
and culturally Trump, connects with people. I don't know if another Republican would have done that. So maybe the polls will be right the next time around because it won't be Trump. But with Trump, you just can't go by polls. You just can't.
Well, I'll have to admit to being lured into a little bit, but the last time Trump was an unknown quantity. This time he wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that would make a little difference in the polls. I could see last time. Look, Hillary had a lot of unfavorables. Biden had a lot more favorables than Hillary, and Trump was a known quantity this time, and he wasn't this quote unquote genius businessman. Which, well, that's an argument for another day. But he's a known quantity now, and I thought, the polls are probably more closer to being correct this time for those reasons. And obviously, they're going to be off again.
Yeah. And again, I just think that has to do with people don't vote for him like they would vote for a normal politician.
It's really funny though. The rest of the country the polls are going to be really, really good everywhere in the country except Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Think about it. I mean, everybody, I think even Democrats knew taking Florida was going to be a long shot. That was going to be a long shot. It was going to be a 1 or 2 point race.
Yeah, but when you looked at the polls, but they had Biden killing it in Florida. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, they were
Everything I
just
saw
so,
was a couple of points. I mean, he was ahead based on polls, and he's going to so they're going to be doubly off. If he was 2.5 ahead, he's going to lose by 2.5 or whatever. But
Yeah.
but those are still close enough to being in the margin that I can get. But the ones in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, A+ pollsters, ABC Marist, all those people had Wisconsin. They had Biden up by 12 to 13 points.
I know. I put that in a video that I put up the other day, and they had that number. And then right after it, they had the number of new registered Republicans was like 183,000. And the number of new registered Democrats was 83,000. So those two clips in one media report do not connect.
Well,
at
but
all.
Michigan the same way. They had Biden winning Michigan by 8 points. They had Biden
Yeah.
winning Pennsylvania by 5 or 6 points. So they're going to be dramatically wrong in 3 states that matter
That
because
matter.
of the Electoral College.
Yeah.
And the rest of the polls are going to be at least within the margin of error. You can see Georgia, you can see Florida. I'm here. I can tell you, I never really felt comfortable that Texas is turning blue. I mean,
Hey, guys.
I've seen it,
Hey,
but
Chris wants to weigh in with something.
huh?
Hey, I'm gonna have to jump off for tonight. I'm not gonna be able to finish, but appreciate you both being on here and
Hey,
supporting.
thanks for having me.
G-Man's gonna continue on without me, and
Yeah.
we'll see how the night ends. But I'll drop you guys a chat, and but thanks again for being here.
Hey, appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Have a good night.
You bet.
And I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in a minute, but
I'm
You guys
I'm
keep
gonna
going.
take a, I'm gonna take a break
I may
too.
only have about 15 minutes left myself, but yeah, go ahead.
TK, hang in there. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Now, like I said, I think the pollsters have got something to answer for. I mean, like I said, I thought they would be much closer this time because I mean, obviously polls are never going to be 100%, but there was less variables this time, I guess what I'm saying. Last
Yeah.
time you had Hillary's unlikables, whatever that means. And this time, for whatever you'd say about Biden, he damn sure didn't have as many unfavorables as Hillary. And then on the other side of the coin, you had Trump last time was a wild card, an unknown. And this time he's pretty much known what he is and what he's going to do. So I thought that those things would factor into the polls being a little more accurate. And maybe they will be nationwide, but there's 3 states that they're way off. And it happens to be the same 3.
Yeah. And well, and again, I mean, to me, when I look at the polls and I look at how many people were polled, and again, I don't know a ton of people who aren't outspoken Trump supporters who would ever admit that they were voting for Trump. And people lie, people are going to lie.
I think these last 2 elections have definitely shown us that there are those that won't either tell the pollster the truth or won't be polled.
Yeah.
One or the other, or both.
Yeah. And I think that's a huge factor to consider. And, again, I think it has to do with the way culturally, the way people are treated. Just like if you called somebody and asked them if they wear their mask all the time, they're not going to say no, because if you say that, then you're a COVID, super spreader, evil, horrible person that's going to kill everybody. So there's no way you're going to tell a pollster that you don't wear your mask all the time. So I think polls have lost their value in that sense. And
there's no question they've lost their value in the Rust Belt. For sure. I mean, those, like I said, it's one thing to be wrong once, but when you're wrong a second time and it basically under the same circumstances, or actually when you should have been maybe tighter because of the fact.
And also, don't you think part of it too might be the questions and the way the questions are asked? Because that's been an issue also.
Yeah, but I don't think there's a few pollsters that are, really political, but I think most of those pollsters are trying to do a good job, and they just.
But I don't even mean it that way. I just mean, if you ask a question a certain way, you might get a different answer than the answer that, and I'm not saying they do it with any sort of bias. I'm just saying you what the most interesting poll was, and I think it was, who did it? Travadar, what's the name of the the poll company that got Trump right last time. I just went blank on the name of it.
What was the question?
The name of the polling company that picked Trump the last time.
Oh,
Trump-
there was
it
only
begins-
one, and I can't remember what it
It
was.
begins with a T. You know what? I have it written somewhere. Anyway,
Okay.
they asked the most interesting question of all the polls. They asked people, who are you voting for? And they would say Biden. And then they said, who do you think your neighbors are voting for? And they said Trump. And that was a huge difference in the polling. As far as a lot of people said they thought that their neighbors were voting for Trump. So, where is it? I had it written down. Trafalgar. I'm going to look at their website and see what they're saying right now.
Trying to see some of these Facebook comments, but I can't get. G, did you do you have any other numbers from that upper Midwest of the Rust Belt, if you will? Because it's I mean, that's the only thing that matters at this point.
Right.
Uh,
So
Well,
just so you know, Trafalgar has Nevada as Biden. This was October 30th.
Yeah.
This was updated on October 30th. They had 49.4 for Biden and 47.1 for Trump. And they also had Minnesota 48 for Biden, 44.8 for Trump.
what was the first state you said, Dahlia?
Nevada, and that was on October 30th.
Right. See, their polls don't close for another
Yeah.
another 2
I tell you,
hours.
Boston Globe's going to have some egg on their face at 7:42. I took a picture of it. At 7:42, they called Virginia for Biden. 7:42 or Central tonight.
Yeah, no, Virginia went for Biden.
Well, my map over here is still showing it to be too close to call. You're showing it Biden. I'm just going to say that was a long time ago.
Yeah. Well, here's the
It
interesting
was
part. So
6:42 our time.
I'm looking at the New York Times. They've called it for Biden,
Okay.
but with 61% of the votes reported, of course, if the votes aren't coming from, from the DC area up there, in the Arlington, Virginia area, which is really liberal, but currently Biden is trailing 50.8 to 47.5. And
Yeah,
yet
well,
the New York Times has it going to Biden.
Yeah, well, like I said, it was 7:42 Eastern when the Boston Globe reported Virginia called for Biden, and I thought, what, already? And then I looked at my time, and so I took a picture of it just because I thought it was kind of weird, and
Right.
so I got a picture of it on my phone, and it's 4 hours later, and it's too close to call, or maybe even leaning Trump, possibly.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about them just saying it was leaning Biden. They were saying it was called for Biden. I was
Right.
like, what?
So
Well,
in Nevada, the polls close at 10 p.m., which is 11 Mountain Time. So they got another hour and a half to go
Yeah.
before
I mean,
Nevada
how many
closes.
electoral votes in Nevada? I don't think I really think Biden will probably carry Nevada, but
Nevada has 6.
but I think it's going to be just like last time. Those 78,000 votes in those 3 states in the Rust Belt. It looks like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan again.
Yeah, I've only got 5 states out: Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Maine. And if Biden could pick up one of those, say Wisconsin, and then Nevada and Maine, all 4 in Maine.
Yeah, but he probably won't get all 4. He may split that state, Maine.
Right.
Like
That
you did.
still doesn't get him there. He needs to win either Pennsylvania or Michigan.
Yeah. It's going to be Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania again. Because, I mean, I think Trump's pretty solid in Ohio. It was closer maybe than some people thought, but I think Trump's going to be okay in Ohio. It looks like now Iowa which we were talking about possibly earlier, was going to flip, but it, I thought that was a long shot, but it looks
Right.
like Iowa now is lean red anyway, at least on.
I still think we have a shot at getting the electoral college tie, which
It's
would
going to be a lot closer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it almost comes down to now. Biden's got to win one of those 3 Rust Belts. Got to win one of the 3 to have any chance.
Well, really, he needs to win because he's going to win Minnesota, and he's probably going to win Nevada,
Yeah.
and so that gets him to 246. He really needs to win 2 because even if he takes Pennsylvania, that's only 266. Now, if he can take Pennsylvania and Maine, all 4 in Maine, that gets him to 270.
Yeah, but see, that's another one where that 1 or 2 is going to be tight because he's probably not going to get all 4 in Maine, even if he gets 3. It's still that one shy.
Right. That's why I say it could end up 269 to 269, which basically ensures that Trump gets the presidency.
I hope it doesn't because it's bad enough, the riots that are going to be taking place. That'll just make it worse.
Yeah,
It needs to be.
unfortunately, Dahlia, I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
I think if it ends up tied, we could see another civil war.
Well, I'm
Well,
looking at
let's put it
video
this way.
now. Of,
I don't
Okay.
see the statesmanship of Bush and Gore, and who would ever think that we'd have said that, but
Right.
deciding to go ahead and drop the recount, even if as tight as it was, with the hanging chads and all the stuff we talked about earlier, but for the good of the country to go ahead and drop that. But it's 20 years later, and this political environment is so dramatically different.
Yeah.
Even if you were hard red or hard blue back then, there was some gentlemanliness, if you will, to it that there's just not there anymore.
I blame social media and media for
I
that.
think social media for sure. I don't know that you can really blame the media itself.
Oh,
but
yes,
social
I
media,
can.
social
I
media,
can.
for sure.
I blame earmarks for that. So
Well, let's
20
put it
years
this way.
ago,
There-
you had
there-
20 years ago,
isn't there only like 6 corporations that own the entire media in the
Yep.
whole country? So
Yep, that's a big
say that
problem.
those 6 corporations are liberal, I think it borders on the ridiculous.
well, I can tell you this. One of those big corporations is Gannett, which just merged with Gatehouse. It owns the workplace where D works, and it's anything but liberal.
Yeah.
And another
that's
one
what
is
I'm saying.
Sinclair.
Those 6
They own
corporations,
more.
there's nothing liberal.
You
There's
guys
nothing liberal
are
about it.
insane if you think that the media is not liberal.
Gannett is not
I've been-
liberal. I'm telling you. And
Look,
Sinclair, the largest owner of TV stations in the
You
U.S.
can definitely point
definitely not
to
liberal.
some reporters, and maybe even a good number of reporters tend to be liberal, but their editors and their owners are damn sure not liberal.
Sinclair
Well-
forces editorials, pro-Trump editorials. Their stations have to run one every night during the 6 and 10 p.m.
Oh, they
broadcast.
force them to do it? That's
Yes.
awful.
They
That's
force them to do it.
awful.
Uh, you know,
Wow.
if they were forcing them to do pro
Listen.
Clinton
Listen.
editorials, I
There-
bet you
there
have a
shouldn't
problem with
be-
that, Dahlia.
No, nobody should be forced to do anything. They should report the freaking news. G,
Well,
that's what
that's
I'm
right.
talking about.
But they
Hey,
don't.
that's my issue all along has been this got to be fair. If we got 10 on one side, we got to come up with this 1 on the other side, even if it's half-assed made up. Look, if you're a reporter and you're doing the weather,
Report.
you do the
Report.
weather. If
Well,
one
we
guy
used-
says it's raining and one guy says it's sunny, look out the fucking window. Excuse me.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. I agree.
Well,
I agree. So
we
you
used to
give me
have-
the information. You give me the information and let me make a decision.
Right.
I don't need your
Right.
editorial. I don't need your opinion. I should not know who any of those reporters are voting for. I shouldn't know. I shouldn't know what their political affiliation is. I shouldn't know what they
Right.
think about Trump or Biden. I just want to know the news.
Well, a lot of the
That
problem is it's turned into entertainment, or they think it is.
Absolutely. And listen, let's not pretend for a moment that they're not going to be thrilled and pissed at the same time if Trump is reelected.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Because that is 4 more years of them having an audience. Let's be honest. I don't think if Biden won, they would be nearly as excited about their future editorial calendar.
You
So
got a
Right.
point there.
So,
It's definitely a two-edged sword for them.
with
Yeah.
77% of the vote counted, Trump has a 50.2% lead over Biden's 48.1 in Iowa.
Okay.
And the Senate race there has also gone into the Joni Ernst column. So it looks like the Democrats aren't going to pick up that seat.
Yeah, I had a bad feeling about that one for a long time, but like I said, I thought it was going to be tied, and I guess it is going to be tied.
Well,
but
it's about 25,000 votes is separating Ernst and Greenfield right now. So, I'm not sure how many registered voters there are in Iowa. Do I have that?
are there
there's-
any house races that are upsets so far? I haven't been paying attention to that at all.
I haven't
Um,
either.
Yeah, I haven't either. So
Okay,
that-
let me.
I know the Dems were predicted to get pick
20.
up 12 between 12 and 22 seats.
Yeah, I think they were supposed to increase their margin up to around 240 to 242 from 234 or whatever it was.
Yeah, it
So-
looks like Boebert's going to win that Colorado 3 district.
Yeah, that's what I saw too. Okay, I'm looking at, according to Associated Press, Republican Party 138 and Democrats 112 for House seats. One. And then leads, let's see.
God dang. You know what? I'm looking here. This has got to be behind a little bit, but the popular vote is right now 49.8 for Biden and 48.6 for Trump.
Right, so it's close.
I mean, they're within a point.
That's close. That's really close.
Because
Wow.
California hadn't reported yet.
But like I
Or
said,
Oregon or
California's gonna skew-
Wisconsin. I mean, Washington.
California's going to skew the popular vote.
Right.
I read something the other day. They're thinking that he'll win by 36 or 37%. So, I mean, basically you're talking almost 70-30, 68-32 or something. I mean,
Right.
that's unheard of. Even, I think the biggest landslide California ever saw was 29. So, but like I said, it doesn't really matter. It's just a big blue blotch out there, but it doesn't have any effect on anything.
Right.
Well, it will in the House. No question. It will in the House.
So people talk about Colorado being a blue state, but we're going to end up with 4 Democrat House seats and 3 Republican House seats.
Thank God.
Well, that's the way it works.
Yeah.
Democrats get 12, 13% more vote nationwide, and then they get almost the same amount of representatives. It happens every time.
Right.
And hey, welcome to gerrymandering.
Well, that goes back to what you were saying about, whether or not we should do electoral or popular. And these are districts that are voting, some are voting Democrat and some are voting Republican. So maybe that is the future of voting, where the sort of like what Nebraska is doing, where you divide it up based on where people live, as opposed to an entire state. I don't know.
Well, one thing I think this election has shown is that changes need to be made in a lot of places, starting with the polls. How do you get an accurate poll so you can know how things are going to go? But, you go back to, Dewey versus Truman. Dewey was led in all the polls leading up to that race.
Yeah.
And nobody
That headline.
expected Truman.
Yeah.
Nobody expected Truman to win. So, except Jimmy
Just
the
think
Greek.
about how happy newsrooms are now. All they have to do is press delete, delete
Right.
Well, like you said,
for all the
Truman,
headlines that they had ready to go.
Right.
Dewey and Truman was over 70 years ago, and there you go.
Yeah.
Jimmy the
really had-
Greek, I'm showing my age here, but Jimmy the Greek bet $100,000. He scraped together $100,000 and put it on Truman.
Yeah.
And it netted him over $1 million, and that's what set him up to be one of the premier gamblers in the country.
Yeah. Well, hey guys, I appreciate you having me on, G. Like I said, I've got about 5 minutes from, I'm gonna have to head off, but
Okay.
like I said, it feels eerily reminiscent of 4 years ago. I don't think there's much to talk about, but you know, you got me thinking with Truman and Dewey. Maybe I won't concede just yet.
Right.
See
Well,
what the final votes come in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. I think it's going to come down to those three again.
Right.
Last time the Electoral College was 78,000 votes total in those three places.
well, it does look like Arizona is going to go for Biden.
That's interesting, but I think it's the McCain factor too.
And so it looks like, so the Dems picked up Colorado. They're going to pick up Arizona. So that's 2 pickups. They're not going to pick up anything in Alabama, or in fact, Doug Jones has already conceded. Maine, there's some numbers coming out of Maine. So with 52% of the vote counted, Biden leads 52.3 to 44.9 in Maine. And let me see if I can get the.
Yeah, I don't know how that plays out though, you know, because like I said, it's split into like 4 different.
Well, not if he wins all the districts.
Oh, if he wins them all, he gets the winner take all. I got you. Yeah, Maine's always in. The one in Nebraska, I started figuring out, but Maine, I never really could figure out how the hell they did their deal.
Right. Give me a second to get back up here to where I need to be. In the congressional race, I'm on the House. Senate.
Yeah, like I said, I'll have to admit to being fooled, because even though I thought it'd be closer than most people thought, I actually thought that the Electoral College would be a lot closer than what it looks like it's going to be.
Right.
I mean, obviously the popular vote, which we talked about earlier, doesn't really mean that much, but Hillary won by 3 million and still lost. And so it's going to be the same thing here.
Right.
Biden will probably win by 5-6 million votes in the popular vote once you take into account the West Coast. But like I said, it doesn't matter.
Right.
I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll be interesting when it's all over to look. I know like Dade County in Florida, Hillary won by, I want to say 300,000, and Trump, did Trump win Dade County or did he come close? I can't remember. I got to look that up, but I want to go back when this is all over and really look at the numbers of the counties and how much they've changed since 2016 as far as,
Yeah, that'd be good.
just kind of really analyze that.
Too. There was a lot of talk of 3 weeks ago about the villages and all those places with all those people running around with Biden stuff on their golf carts. And it looks to me like most of Florida stuck with Trump. Maybe those
Dade
few that were
County,
in the villages that were Biden's, they couldn't convince their neighbors.
Right.
yeah. Dade County, though, was pretty hardcore blue. I mean, I grew up in South Florida, and South Florida was always blue, and it's becoming more and more red. Broward County, which is where I really live, that's blue, blue, blue. But yeah, for Dade County to get to that point,
stuff around Miami comes down to the Cubans. They still got the Castro hangover.
It's the South Americans. It's not even the Cubans anymore. You've got people there now from Venezuela and Colombia and Argentina. I went to school there, and all of my classmates were from South America. And those people are Republican for sure. So that's an interesting change down there. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be interested into digging in deep when this is all over, like a geek.
Right.
I'll probably be. Hey, it looks like I'm gonna be so depressed I might even open my computer for about 2 or 3 days.
We'll have to see. So
interesting to me
Biden leads in Maine with 37% of the vote counted, but Susan Collins is still leading the Senate race. So right now the Dems only have 2 pickups. They need at least,
Well, they need 4 now.
well, if Biden's not going to win, they're going to need
Right.
4,
They
right?
needed 3 if Biden won. They're gonna need 4
Right.
to now without
And
Biden.
so, the Montana race is still up for grabs.
It's
And
probably
with,
tightened a little bit, I think.
yeah, so Bullock has a 53.2 to 46.8 lead, but there's only 26% of the votes counted.
Yeah.
If they win that and Susan Collins stays in Maine, then they need to Al Gross to win in Alaska, and I don't see that happening.
I don't see it
So,
happening either. He was down 4 or 5 points, and I don't think he can make that up. Not with the way the vote's gone.
Yeah. And then, you factor in the 2 pickups. Well, I guess those are 2 Republican seats that are going to be held in Georgia, so they're not going to pick.
Did you,
Although you never know, Raphael Warnock, the black women.
he's got a chance. And Leffler's got so much baggage from that all that stock scandal stuff. He's got a chance in that area. The problem he's going to have is keeping them people, excited. Runoffs typically don't favor the Democrats. They just don't, because those people just won't come back out the second time, where Republicans are hardcore.
Wow. I just saw a headline. Did you get this, G?
What?
Results on statewide ballot. This is Colorado. Prop 115 failing, income tax Gallagher repeal, and popular vote passing.
Oh yeah, I saw the Gallagher amendment was passing, and that's really disappointing to me, because that just shows that people didn't do their homework, and they basically bought what the state sold them, and they're going to regret it. I voted against that, but they're going to regret it when that comes up. Just you wait and see. So yeah, the Family Medical Leave Act is passing.
No.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I got to start looking on a place to move. God damn it!
Looks like Mark Kelly's. You can almost call that one. They got 80% of the vote in. He's 10 points ahead.
Yeah.
In Arizona.
The being a citizen to vote, that's going to pass 62 to 37. Local gaming limit approval, so they're going to be able to go up and basically compete with Vegas now on the bets in the mountain cities that have gambling. That's going to pass. Repeal the property tax assessment rates. That's going to pass, and that's what we were just talking about. It's called the Gallagher rule, and people are going to regret that once they really figure out what this is.
Taxes on nicotine passed. Oh my God.
Right. Well, those sin taxes, people always vote for those because they think, I don't smoke. And so if you want to pay an extra $1 to smoke a pack of cigarettes, then I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, except it's not an extra $1, it's an extra $5. That's the problem.
I'm going to say it's 2 or 3 anyway.
Oh my God. I'm looking at these results going, holy moly. No wonder. Did you see that map that I posted from that, what was that company, the betting company? And Colorado was the only blue on the entire map of the United States. Right. And now I know why. I
don't think the Gray Wolves are going to pass.
Did you have Virginia called on your map earlier for who?
I think I had that called for Biden.
You had it for Biden.
Yeah.
Somebody just texted me that Virginia's called for Biden, and I thought we had that as a toss-up still.
No, I called for Biden a while back.
Well, I told you Boston Globe, man, they might have lucked out, because at 7:42 Eastern time, they had it already called for Biden, and I'm thinking, wait, what?
And you just don't know, because you don't know what counties are out. But currently, with 64% of the vote, Biden is still down about about 60,000 votes. So it'll be interesting to watch and see how this plays out. I mean, depending on how the votes go, I'm looking at USA Today. There's a lot of red on this map. Yeah. And it could very well end up being an electoral landslide like Dahlia predicted.
Well, like I say, obviously, like in Wisconsin, that turnaround in Wisconsin, staggering when you talk about the numbers versus what it looks like it's going to. So it almost means that maybe Americans are getting used to COVID. You know, University of Wisconsin had 22 players test positive the other day, and they had to cancel their game against Nebraska.
Right.
And, you know, they were all up there politicking, obviously, but, and everybody talked about, well, you know, when you start about having to shut down University of Wisconsin football, that's going to be a strike against Trump for sure. And it looks like maybe it's not.
Right.
Maybe people are getting more used to COVID than we thought.
Well, maybe.
And eventually, you know, that was eventually going to happen anyway in time. But I think the second or third, whatever you want to call it, spike had a lot of people a little bit antsy about it coming into the winter. But, you know, Americans basically are going to thumb their nose at it and say the hell with it. I mean,
Right.
Well,
they've
I
already
might
called
get
the late,
97.5% of us are going to get well. So
Right.
the hell with it.
Dahlia, they've already called the late term abortion ban.
I saw.
For the no.
I saw. Well, honestly, I'm not all that surprised about that. I'm surprised about some of these other ones, though. Gallagher, really, and like I said, the sin taxes. I can't stand any tax, frankly, but
Right.
that's me.
The family and medical leave act.
Family leave is that's insanity. That's insane.
Right.
Who's paying for that? Who's paying?
Well, they're going to do it like they do unemployment. It's going to be a 50-50 employer.
I was going to say,
split.
it's going to be y'all is who's going to be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what.
Oh, yes. Great. Hey, great to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
Congratulations on what looks like another win. G,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you having me. I'm humbled
Yeah.
even to be asked. But like I said, I really was thinking that it would be close, but it would be a better night for the Dems. And it just those three Rust Belt states up there that were the same as last time. It's going to come down to them again, and it's not looking good for Biden.
Yep, you're right about
On those in particular. Like you said, there's
PK, thanks for joining us, and let's get together. Probably not this week, but maybe Wednesday of next week.
Okay.
That's our normal taping time for the GD report. And let's all get back together and do kind of a postmortem.
Yeah, and we can probably that'll give us time to dig into the numbers a little bit. I know Dahlia's going to be up the rest of the night digging into them, but I'm going to give up. I'm going to go find me a glass of Crown and text a bunch of these people back and say, "Hey, misery loves company. It ain't the first. They didn't get a cherry. Let's put it that way."
Right. Although there's some hope for you down in Texas. They got close. Biden's probably.
Yeah, I really do believe that's the Beto factor and the demographics. I mean, the demographics are turning. And
Hey, wait a second. Before you go, if you want to just switch houses, because you should just come here because I don't know how much longer
you're looking
stay
anyway.
here.
Hey, I've been for 61 now, and I worked on Jim Maddox's U.S. House campaign in 1976. I was only 17. I couldn't even vote until January.
Do you know who Jim Maddox is,
I've been doing
Dahlia?
this a long time. Right,
I know the name.
right here in the middle of Big Red, Texas, and Dallas. So
He was the Texas Attorney General. He coined the phrase that everybody now knows: deadbeat dads.
yep.
Really?
Yep. He ran on.
When he came back from Washington, he ran for Attorney General, and
Yep.
That's awesome.
He ran up on a platform of holding people responsible for what they've done and for paying for the kids they create. And he was prolific at it. Now,
Yeah.
Oh, I
Attorney
bet.
General since then, in fact, he created a whole child support division that at one time had almost 1,000 people working for it.
right.
And Democrat and Republican Attorney General since have pretty much dismantled that whole division.
Yeah, it's fallen back. It's fallen back a lot. I think there's still 340 or something, but it's like you said, that's 34% of what it was.
Right. They had a Democratic AG that in 1989, I can't remember who that was, Dan Perales or something. Do you recall who that was?
I'm trying to remember.
The one it turned out his wife was a stripper and that's what got him beat. Anyway, he was his brother-in-law worked for a company that did that, and he was trying to get the state to outsource it to his brother-in-law's company.
Of course he was.
So
That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
All right,
All right,
folks.
guys.
Well,
Well,
hey,
thank
y'all have
you.
a great evening. Like I said, G, I appreciate you even asking. And Dahlia, congrats.
Nice meeting you. Thanks.
Y'all be-
Thanks. I won't gloat, I promise. But
All right.
I do want to talk next week and kind of after I've had a chance to go through the numbers because
Yeah,
I am
absolutely.
curious.
I agree. Like
All
I
right.
said, to me, it's, I mean, obviously you're happy, but to me, it's like deja vu all over again. It's like, okay, wait a minute. This looks like the same map. And
Yeah.
like I said, it's those 3 states up there. And I'll give the pollsters, the politicos, if you will, credit. I can remember back in 2000, Karl Rove and all those people working for Bush, they had this Florida. They knew the numbers showed them, and they went down to counties and precincts.
Yeah.
And then in 04, they kind of pushed Florida to the side because they thought they had it, and they showed up in Ohio, and Ohio ended up being the bellwether, the linchpin, if you will, that gave it to them. So these campaigns are really pretty sharp, and their polling is a lot better than ours that we're getting.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So
So,
those states up there in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan are 2 times in a row now. Now,
Right.
granted, it probably won't be it probably won't come down to 78,000 votes across 3 states,
Right.
but it's
So,
going to come down to, it looks like on the map, it's going to still come down to those 3 states.
yeah.
So I'll leave you with this before you go. 51% of the votes are in Pennsylvania. Trump leads 56.5 to 42.1.
That's shocking, isn't it?
88% of the
That's a
votes are in
huge margin.
Ohio. Trump leads 53.2 to 45.3. In
Wow.
Michigan,
Those
48% of the vote is in. Trump leads 54.4 to 43.8. In Wisconsin, 61% of the votes are in. 51.6 Trump, 46.8 Biden. In Minnesota, 62% are in. 54.7 Biden, 43.3 Trump. So it looks like Trump is going to run the table on those 4 Midwest states, and he's going to be the next. He's going to be reelected.
The Rust Belt, he looks like he run the table, and not only won them handily. Okay,
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah,
not
there's
talking
no-
about him sneaking
those
by.
squeakers
Last
this
time, like I
year.
said, last time in 3 states, it was 78,000 votes or whatever.
Yep.
10,000 in Michigan, 35,000, I think, in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I mean, Wisconsin was about 40 or whatever. So last time it was actually way tighter in those states.
Yep.
This time it looks like, based on the numbers I'm hearing from you, it looks like he's going to win. Trump's going to win those states by twice what he won them by last time.
Yep.
So this basically is their.
I mean, I just plugged in the numbers and I still don't have Maine. And I still have Nevada not in there. I've got 304 for Trump and Biden 217. So not looking good.
Right.
They're
Yeah.
calling
but-
Ohio. They finally actually called Ohio for Trump on MSNBC. I just
Yeah.
saw it.
We
So.
did that about an
We
hour
already had
ago.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
All right,
y'all have a
guys,
good
I
evening.
will-
I'm going to jump off, and I will
Okay.
talk to y'all, I guess, in a week and a half or 8 days or whatever.
All right. Yeah, I'm just
All
going
right.
to sign off too. So thanks everybody for watching. We had a decent number of people on our live stream. This will be posted to the YouTube channel here in just a little bit. And you can always ask your smart speaker to play the GD report, and you can listen to this on your smart speaker. So thanks for joining us, everybody.
All right, man. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.